It's fine. Right. So we'll get going with the live stream. Oh. Evening to you, Monty. First one to join the live stream. Hopefully it won't just be me and you for the next wee while. Although your conversation over the last few weeks has been very, very entertaining, stimulating, and thought-provoking. So, but it would be great if there was lots of people all chatting rather than just the two of us. So welcome to all those who've joined nice and early into the 16th of October live stream for the David 67 channel. We've had around about 10 or so far. Evening to you as well, Green for Go. Great to have more folk on. Lovely. Have a nice conversation. That's fine. I'm sure we could manage to have had a nice chat together. But the more the merrier. The more different opinions, the better. Obviously, with this being an international break just coming to an end, not so much news in and around Celtic. We've got the Dundee match on Sunday to look ahead to. Celtic actually have 7 quite big, important games between now and the next international break, which is the 13th to the 18th of November. So during that time, so we'll say got 7 games between now and the next international break, which is mid-November, when Scotland have got their games against Greece, then Denmark. Scotland guaranteed at least a playoff place, which is good. Celtic will start with Dundee this Sunday. It's a lunchtime kickoff at Dens Park. Then we've got the next Champions League match. That's a home game against Sturm Graz next Thursday. We'll probably need to move the live stream to a different night or to later in the evening because the game won't be finished at 9 o'clock. Then we've got what could be a key game against Hearts away from home the following Sunday the 26th. Then a midweek game against Falkirk. Then League Cup semi-final against Rangers at Hampden Park on the Sunday. Then the next Champions League, I apologise, the Europa League match against Midtjylland, a game that Celtic, if they were anywhere near their best form, would be hoping to at least draw, if not beat. Midtjylland away, and then a game against Kilmarnock, the last of those 7, on Sunday the 9th of November, and then they'll be off on an international break again. So during that time, we've got 2 Europa League matches, the League Cup semi-final, and we've got games against Hearts, the first place team, and Kilmarnock, the current third place team. So quite a big set of 7 games. Hopefully Brendan Rodgers has got all the players on the right page. Yes, it was. I was a bit disappointed when I read that the 2 main sort of Celtic ultra groups or fan groups are deciding to boycott the League Cup semi-final. I'm not quite sure what exactly the issue is regarding that, but apparently the Bohys and the Green Brigade are going to boycott the League Cup semi-final. It seemed to be relating to the fact that Celtic hadn't blocked having 500 tickets taken away for breaking the rules regarding pyrotechnics and flares, etc. I couldn't quite understand why, because Celtic and the fans have been warned dozens of times, or 5 times, not to use flares. It's against the law. It's against the law in Scotland to have flares and fireworks, etc., in enclosed spaces. So it's against the law to have pyrotechnics in a football ground. So I'm not quite sure what the issue is. The SFA did give Celtic and Rangers and another team or two, lots of warnings, couple of fines that told this is the last warning, and so both Celtic and Rangers will have a reduced number of tickets. So my understanding was that the two Celtic fan groups, and along with the amalgamation of all the fan groups who've been doing organising the protest, that the two main ultra fan groups are going to boycott the League Cup semi-final. What happens to their tickets, I don't know. Whether Celtic resell them, whether Hampden Park and the Scottish FA resell them, I don't know. But that's what appears to be the case for the League Cup semi-final at the start of November. I haven't heard anything regarding what's going to happen. Good evening to you, Gary and Cheryl. Shim Simpson, Monty. Yep, I think that's an entirely reasonable point of view, just to look one game at a time. I think looking too far in advance, looking to the Europa League match, looking to the League Cup semi-final. I think one game at a time, best to concentrate one game at a time. That's kind of what Brendan Rodgers always does say. I think sometimes he does look a wee bit too far ahead in terms of resting and rotating players for a game 2 or 3 weeks out, or 2 or 3 games in advance. But he always does say so my understanding, I may have misconstrued what their issue is, but they were unhappy with Celtic in terms of ticketing. They were unhappy with the fact that Celtic had their ticket allocation cut by 500. That's what happened for Rangers as well. So I'm not massively sure why they're boycotting, but they're boycotting. Certainly, flares and fireworks can be immensely dangerous. Had quite a couple of bad experiences of people who were badly injured with fireworks and badly burned by flares in a previous occupation. So, and there've been several people in England and Scotland and in Europe who've lost an eye, had severe burns, but had their hair burned off, all kinds of things. So I do actually completely agree that we shouldn't be setting off pyrotechnics and flares in a football ground. It's not a very safe thing to do. As is everything in life regarding Celtic, I think ex-Celtic players, Celtic fans, everybody's allowed to say what they want to say. So if Neil Lennon wants to support Peter Lawwell, if Charlie McGrew wants to support Peter Lawwell, I think they've got every right to support Peter Lawwell. Everybody's got the right to criticise the board, not criticise the board, have their own opinions regarding all the ins and outs. So I wouldn't fault Neil Lennon for supporting Peter Lawwell. Don't support Charlie McGrew. Don't fault Charlie McGrew for supporting Peter Lawwell, or Michael Nicholson, etc., etc. They've got the perfect right as Celtic fans, ex-Celtic players, to speak their mind, and as long as they do it in a fair, balanced, friendly, respectful way, whilst also agreeing to other people can have their own opinions. I think each to their own. So. I don't tend to see ulterior motives in people giving. I have my own opinions. I don't think personally that all these boycotts, protests, banners, throwing things on the pitch, silent protest, turning up late for the game, I think all these things are a factor in the fact that Celtic's players, Celtic's management aren't firing on all cylinders. I think it's multifactorial. I think the disappointing transfer window, I think that may well have affected some team morale. I think also Brendan Rodgers wasn't very supportive of his squad in the lead up to the end of the transfer window. I think he was far. If I had been one of his players, I would have had the feeling that he thought I was no good as a player because he was so desperate to bring new players in. I think he should have been bigging up the players that he's got, boosting their confidence, working the best way to put all those players together into the best team possible, giving them the most confidence and the best tactics and formations and encouragement, as well as being part of I think sacking the board would be counterproductive. I think it's also pie in the sky. Sacking the board is not really an option unless Dermot Desmond and the second biggest shareholder and another big shareholder all club together to sack Nicholson and so on, or if somebody has got a spare £300 million, they could buy Celtic Football Club. Not many people have got a spare £300 million. Probably an American billionaire, a Russian billionaire, a Saudi billionaire. I'm not sure we really want to get bought over by an American billionaire or a Saudi, Kuwaiti, Qatari oil sheikh, etc. Nothing against any of those people, but I'm not convinced that. So if once Celtic's board to get sacked, what we need to do is convince Dermot Desmond and the second biggest shareholder, who've actually cut back their shareholding in Celtic by several 100,000 shares just recently, convince them to sack the board. And because people like Nicholson and Mackay and Lawwell and various other different people are making Celtic a very, very strong financial organisation, making Celtic a very, very good club to invest in. Yep. So I think so. If the board were sacked, who is going to take over running the club? Because you need very, very important, strong skills to run the club financially very well. And given the fact how Celtic were 30 years ago, how close they were to going out completely out of business, and how they are now with all the tens of millions of pounds in the bank, big, massive worldwide fan base, a stadium now that's one of the biggest in Scotland in terms of European sense. Celtic's got a very big stadium. Maybe the bits of Celtic Park that I've gone to are the better bits, the newer bits, the more fancy bits. But I personally am not convinced that Celtic Park's football ground is that poor a ground. I personally, again, this is just my opinion. The bits of Celtic Park that I've been to, on the few times I've actually been able to get across to Glasgow to watch games live, I was actually thought that Celtic's ground is a lot better than most of the other grounds I've been to in recent years to watch football. But possibly what we need is another Fergus McCann, a person who comes in and says, here is amount of money, there's more amount of money, we're going to renovate Celtic Park, we're going to build a second smaller stadium on the Celtic Park complex, we're going to do this, we're going to improve the IT, we're going to improve the Wi-Fi, we're going to improve the toilets and the banqueting facilities, we're going to improve all the other stuff. Okay. So the reportedly the fan survey thing that was done about a year and a bit ago is to be released sometime in October, and then they're going to act on those things. I honestly don't know. I'm not here to defend the board. I'm just saying if we sack the board, I can't see that happening personally, because it's going to take either Dermot Desmond and the second biggest shareholder to club together to sack the executives. They're not going to sack themselves, or a multi-billionaire comes in to back you with 300, 400, 500 million pounds to buy the club. Now, in terms of an investment, there will be people who are very happy to, or could potentially spend 300, 400, 500 million pounds to buy Celtic. It's an extremely good club to invest in terms of the stock market and stuff. So maybe a super rich American billionaire, maybe a super rich Saudi Arabian billionaire oil person will come in and buy Celtic for 400 million pounds, 500 million pounds. Who knows? I'm not quite sure that would actually ensure that Celtic as Celtic carried on in the same way that it has for the last 130, 140 years. I think it would completely change. Well, a shareholder rebellion, but for basically any shareholder rebellion would have to include, one way or another, Dermot Desmond with his 34%, and this other person, the Lando Train Group or something, which is an investment fund, who own about 14%. That's nearly half the vote. Half the shares are owned by two different extremely rich people. Okay. I don't. Yep. Lindsay Train. Yes. So Lindsay Train are a financial investment company. They invest in very strong businesses. They invest in very strong shares on the stock market. I'm told that one of the group is a lifelong Celtic fan. That's part of the reason that they got into investing in Celtic. But basically, it's to almost, if you put Dermot Desmond shares and Lindsay Train's shares together, that reaches nearly 50%. So I'm not sure what this 143.6 million figure is. My understanding is that Celtic's worth a lot more than 143.6 million, and also if they were to sell it, the value of the company would be far more than that. But so I'm not quite sure what the 143.6 million is. There's lots of different numbers around. People have talked in financial articles that Celtic's worth would be about 300 million pounds if someone was going to buy the club, in terms of buying all the shares. If you're buying people's shares, you always have to offer more than the shares actually valued for, because there's no reason for Dermot Desmond to sell his shares unless he's going to make a massive profit. Although he came in a long time ago to buy Celtic, as he was and is a lifelong Celtic fan, and so he did it for financial reasons. He also did it for the fact he reportedly loves Celtic and has loved Celtic all his life. And he also can pass on the shares to to his son, who's also involved to an extent in the club. Anyway, not massively convinced that there's anything that anybody can do with the board. Personally, I don't think that Michael Nicholson or Mackay, the chief financial officer, so in terms of you're allowed to pass in terms of passing things on in the will and inheritance taxes and stuff. You can pass shares from father to son, father to daughter, husband to wife, all these kinds of things. So the shares that are in his family can get passed on. Good evening to you as well. Lovely to have yet more people joining. Does anyone actually think that anybody on the Celtic Collective could run Celtic? They do seem to be organised. There do seem to be within the Celtic Collective quite a number of different factions. There are some folk who felt they weren't involved in the Celtic Collective, that felt that they should have done. Well, somebody has got to run the football club. Somebody has got to ensure that Celtic financially is on an even keel. Someone's got to run the club. Someone's got to employ the hundreds and hundreds of people who are employed by Celtic. Someone's got to organise the contracts. Somebody's got to organise the recruitment, the transfers, the management, the coaching, the academy, the women's team. They've got to organise all the various different scouting organisations, bringing kids into the club. They've got to organise merchandising. They've got to organise TV contracts. They've got to sit on various different committees. There's an awful million. There's hundreds and hundreds of things that are part of a football club, and somebody's got to run the football club. So we sack the whole executive board. We sack all the board, all the shareholders, and the Celtic Collective fined 200 million, 300 million to buy the club from Dermot Desmond and the other shareholders. They then would have to then employ but who are we going to replace them with? So fresh ideas, but who are these fresh ideas people? So yes, but in terms of the amount of money it would take to buy Celtic, the fresh ideas, the fresh ownership would almost certainly be people who are not Celtic people. If you look at a club like, Chelsea is a good example. Roman Abramovich knew nothing about Chelsea as a football club. He just was looking for somewhere to invest his millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds from gas and oil in Russia. The people who own Man City, the people who own Newcastle, not really football fans. They're certainly not fans of those clubs. The people who the Fenway Sports Group own Liverpool, they're not Liverpool fans. They just were looking for something to invest in. Yeah, so there's lots and lots of protests going on. I think all that the protests are going to do is affect the players on the pitch. I don't think it's going to have the least bit of effect on the board, the least bit of effect on Michael Nicholson or Mackay or Lawwell or Desmond or anything. I think all it's going to do is continue the players being flat, not being supported. I honestly think all these delaying kickoffs, silent protests, not going to the European matches, throwing debris onto the pitch like they did at Partick Thistle that caused a lot of disruption, having some really horrible banners in the crowd. I think all these things are going to affect the players, affect the management, affect the general feeling of other Celtic fans who don't want protests and silent protests, etc. Well, it is the first year that we haven't qualified for the Champions League in a wee while. We have won 13 out of the last 14 titles. We've won doubles and trebles in the last 25 years, way more than we've ever won before. So we are, in terms of Scottish football, the most successful club ever in terms of this last 25 years, but the last 10, 15 years, Celtic success domestically has been absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I think having a genuine hope of doing well in Europe is incredibly difficult for a country like Celtic, or for a team like Celtic in a country like Scotland, in terms of the prestige of the league that we've got, the TV contract that we've got. Celtic is lucky because we have got a lot of money. I'm not saying that. Well, one answer for Celtic failing to get out of Champions League qualifying would be for Scotland to swap from having a season that runs through the winter to having a season that runs from the spring through to like, let's say, from March through to November, December, and that way we play right through the summer. A lot of the teams who are beating us in the Champions League qualifiers are the ones whose seasons are midway. Like Kairat Almaty, their season was about half to two-thirds of the way through. A lot of the teams that we have failed to knock out in Champions League qualifiers have been teams from So yes, we've been knocked out by teams. So my personal feeling is that if Brendan Rodgers and the players had done their job and been prepared properly to peak for the Kairat Almaty game, they would have won that game, but they didn't. And it strikes me that Rodgers, etc., has not learned from previous poor experiences in the Champions League qualifiers. Kairat were a very well organised team, full of internationals, put together on a shoestring, who beat champions of other countries from bigger, stronger leagues. They knocked out. So Kairat Almaty were the lower seed in all their qualifying games to get through to that stage. So they're doing something right. They were properly prepared. They were midway through their season. They were better prepared than Slovan Bratislava. They were better prepared than the team that they played before. Yes, we spent, we spent 30 million, as Pat McLaughlin is saying. We spent 30 million on players. None of them are actually in the first team. We spent another 8 million on Jota in the winter window. Admittedly, he's injured. He probably would have been playing against Kierat Almaty in that game had he been fit, but he wasn't fit. But Trusty not starting. Ida's out the club already. Engels is a sub. That doesn't actually strike me that Brendan Rodgers' ability to pick a player and develop a player is that good, or there's something else going wrong. And I think that there are many, many parts of the club that aren't doing their job. And I think Brendan Rodgers and the players have been given a free ride, much more than they should have been. Well, do we actually know who Celtic can what players could Celtic actually sign? Monty, you make a brilliant point, but what players can Celtic actually sign these days? Because players don't want to come to Scotland. Players don't want to come to Celtic unless they're in the Champions League. That's what quite a few football agents said. That's quite... Well, I'm allowed to not criticise the board. I'm not sure if we're saying that I'm not a loyal, good Celtic fan because I'm not criticising the board. I do criticise the board, but criticising the board, I think, is grossly unfair when it's not them who's actually on the pitch. It's not them who's deciding the tactics. It's not them who's not changing the formation to counteract what Kierat Almaty were doing. That's Brendan Rodgers. It's the players not performing at the level that they can. No one is saying, does anyone actually think that Alistair Johnson's not a good player? Cameron Carter-Vickers isn't a good player. Liam Scale, Kieran Tierney, Marcello Sarachi, Engels, Haitati, Maeda, Iheanacho, Chinyeki, Balakwisha. These are all international or recent internationals, or for the younger ones, under 21 internationals. Okay. It's the board. So it's the board who is setting up. No, is it the board who decides the tactics that Celtic play? Is it the board who decides that Celtic's going to play boring, sterile football where it's backward pass, backward pass, backward pass, backward pass? No, that comes down to the players and it comes down to Rodgers. He's the one that decides. Well, according to the sources, Brendan Rodgers green lights every transfer. Every transfer that comes into Celtic is a combination of Tidsdale and Rodgers looking at players, working with the scouting department, working with the recruitment department. Once Rodgers and Tidsdale are happy with it and the scouting people are happy with it, it goes to the recruitment people to sign it. The only time the board actually apparently really gets involved in a signing is where the amount of money for the player is significantly higher. I.e., last summer they had to green light as well the signings of Ida, because that was breaking the Celtic transfer record and breaking the record to get Arne Engels in. With that had to get board approval because they were spending so much money. Yes, Monty, I agree. It's a collective failure of the board, the manager, and the players. However, for me, an awful lot of people are putting 100% of the blame on the board. And it's not that, yes, potentially we could have got better players in. Yes, potentially we could have signed players earlier. However, if we believe other stories from football agents and transfer experts, there apparently were several players who Celtic had lined up who were only going to come when we had qualified for the Champions League. Last year and the season before, we were straight into the Champions League pre-qualified. This year, we had one qualifier to go through. Reportedly, had Celtic beaten Kairat Almaty in that game in Kazakhstan, or possibly if they'd had a convincing win in the home leg, neither of which happened, Yes, Brendan Rodgers sanctioned letting Kyogo and Kuhn go because both Kyogo and Kuhn wanted to leave the club, just like Matt O'Reilly wanted to leave the club, just like Odsonne Edouard wanted to leave the club, just like Christopher Ayer wanted to leave the club, just like Fraser Forster wanted to leave the club. Players, some players want to stay at Celtic in the long term. A lot of players want away. Dyson Maida wants away. He wanted away in the summer. He couldn't get away because the board blocked it. But Rodgers agreed to Kyogo going. Rodgers agreed to Kuhn going. Well, all I'm saying is we don't know quite what players are willing to come to Celtic. Nowadays, what players are willing to come to Celtic? There's not a lot of players out there who express a desire to come to Celtic. Now, Sebastian Chinyecki was a player who expressed a wish to come to Celtic, and Celtic signed him. Apparently, Mikael Onge Balakwisha was a player who was keen to come to Celtic, but Antwerp were playing hardball in terms of letting him go. They wanted to bring in a replacement for Balakwisha before they let Balakwisha go. Other players chose to go to other clubs and didn't choose to come to Celtic. Yes. I agree in a lot of different ways. Yes, so we could have signed better players in the summer. We could have brought other players in earlier, or maybe the players that came to Celtic were the best players that Celtic could get to come to Celtic because so many players nowadays are choosing to go and play in Belgium or in Holland or the English Championship. There's so much money to go and play in Saudi Arabia that a lot of players are going to go and play in Saudi Arabia at the moment. So we don't actually know quite who Celtic genuinely were able to sign. Kasper Dolberg was a player theoretically we could have signed, but he said he wasn't going to come to Celtic. So we wanted to sign Kasper Dolberg. Dolberg didn't want to come to Celtic. There are many, many players who have said they don't want to sign for Celtic or don't want to come to Scotland in more general terms. There was apparently a talk show, Talk Sport radio show that was kind of implying this as well. A lot of the football punditry type things. Well, if it depends on which story you want to believe. The Hammarby did not want to sell Chinyecki. They'd only bought Chinyecki about 8-9 months before. They wanted to keep Chinyecki for another season or two. And it was Chinyecki himself who, in the last couple of days of the transfer window, kind of forced the move away from the club. So Celtic had made an offer for Chinyecki. Hammarby weren't willing to accept that price. Whether that price was or wasn't the price that we ended up paying isn't certain because these business dealings, as always, and by law, are supposed to be kept secret. So we don't know what Celtic's bid was. What we do know is there's been lots of speculation, lots of insiders who said what they said. So we don't actually know what the fee was that Celtic offered to Hammarby. Several of the stories were that Hammarby weren't going to sign Chinyecki. The change was in the last couple of days of the transfer window, Chinyecki went to the Hammarby and said, I want to leave the club, much the same way that Kuhn did, Kyogo did, O'Reilly did, and many, many other Celtic players have said they want to leave the club. They want to get a move, and Hammarby agreed to let him go. Hammarby said we're willing to let you go, and they accepted Celtic's bid at the last minute. But several stories are suggesting that deal with Hammarby and Liverpool and Hammarby and Celtic only got greenlit in the last couple of days of the transfer window because Schmeichel and his agent forced the move, because Schmeichel was so keen to leave Swedish football and come and play for Celtic. By finance law, business law, stock market laws, you're not supposed to share insider dealings of transfers in and out the club. So things that are shared with the press tend to be simply speculation or leaks. And leaking that kind of information is actually rather dodgy as well. Anyway. Kyogo scored quite a number of goals for Celtic. Last season, Kyogo's output wasn't actually that good in terms of goals per minute played. His goals per minute played was much poorer than Adam Ida's goals per minute played. His goals per minute played was much poorer than Dyson Maida's last season. So Kyogo actually played in the first half of the season a lot of games, played a lot of minutes, but his actual goal output for goals per minute played was actually quite poor. Kyogo certainly scored a lot of goals for Celtic, didn't score nearly as many goals under Brendan Rodgers than he had under Ange Postecoglou. His best season was the second season with Ange Postecoglou. When Rodgers came in, Kyogo's goal output went down, and it went down even more in his last season with us, or last half season with us. Whether that was, again, Rodgers' tactics, Rodgers' way of using Kyogo, the way that Rodgers creates chances. Rodgers was very keen when he came in for Kyogo to drop in deeper, to create space for the wide players and O'Reilly to go in behind. It certainly worked well because O'Reilly was the top scorer and the top assist maker in that first season under Brendan Rodgers. Second season, we got a ton of goals and assists from Kuhn. We got a ton of goals from Maeda, both in a wide role and a central role. And we got a ton of goals, 20 goals from Adam Ida, mostly coming off the substitutes bench. So So I think it's like in most things in life, most things in all organizations, all businesses, all jobs, it's multifactorial. There's more than one factor. So yes, selling Kyogo, our goal output, etc., has gone down. This season, our chance creation has been poor. Our chance putting away has been poor. A couple of weeks ago, we put up the stats of where Celtic were in terms of expected goals per game, actual goals scored per game, all these things. And Celtic are lower than they should be. We're not creating the amount of chances that we normally would do, and we're not putting away those chances, whether that's because the strikers aren't doing their job, the midfielders aren't getting into the box, players like McGregor last season, who scored a lot of goals, he's not scoring goals much this season. Benjamin Negrin has scored 4 goals coming from midfield. Kelechi Iheanacho scored some goals. Dyson Maeda scored some goals. But certainly Negrin, Maeda, all should have more goals than they should do because they're missing a lot of chances. So last season, Dyson Maeda scored us 33 goals. This season, I think he scored 3 goals so far. So his goal scoring has dropped down quite dramatically last season comparing to this season. And part of that for me is the fact that we don't have a reliable, creative midfield to set up chances. We don't get the ball out quick enough to the wide players. We are so slow and static in terms of Carter Vickers, Scales and McGregor. Virtually everything goes through those 3 players in the centre of defence and central defensive midfield. We don't get the ball out quickly to the fullbacks. We don't get the ball switched out quick enough to the wide players, which means that other teams get a chance to defend themselves. Well, Lauren, I'm very, very confident that Celtic will beat Rangers in a couple of weeks' time. I think a factor will be that if Rangers are missing 500 tickets and Celtic are missing 500 tickets, but also if the Rangers, whatever the Rangers ultra groups are called, if they choose to boycott the match the same way that two of Celtic's supporter groups are threatening to boycott the match, it could be a rather quiet, tepid affair. The last Rangers match was one of the worst games of football I've ever seen in my life. And there was a lot of, obviously, not very many Celtic fans in that game. The Rangers fans weren't terribly supportive of their team. A lot of anger, dissent, toxic atmosphere at Ibrox that day too. And an absolutely rotten game of football. I think Celtic have players against Rangers who can win the game. I think we have got in Chinyeki and in Maeda and in Balikwisha and in Iheanacho and in Negri. We've got players who can score goals, players who can create goals. What it really requires is for enough of the players to actually be playing near their best form. One of the slight difficulties we've also had with this international break is quite a lot of Celtic's players have gone off on international breaks, and some of them have hardly played at all. And Negrin and Maeda and Carter Vickers had quite long trips, basically to sit on the bench. That Maeda did have a minor foot problem. Suspect that had the game mattered for Japan, he probably would have played. But because these were just warm-up friendlies, because they've already qualified for the World Cup, Japan didn't risk playing them. Yes, I think the Hearts game will be a bit of a whatever the word is, a sort of temperature taker, a bit of a barometer, whatever the word would be. I'm struggling to think of what the right example is, but is a kind of thing that is going to be a way of assessing just where we are. If Celtic's players are on form and they're properly set up and they've got fire and passion and aggression put into them by Rodgers, by Kennedy, by McGregor, by Carter Vickers, by Alsa Johnson, Kasper Schmeichel, etc. And enough of the players are playing at or near their better form, Celtic will beat Hearts in a couple of weeks' time. If Celtic are a bit off the boil, much like they have been in most of the games so far this season, Celtic will struggle to beat them. Having said that, we weren't at our best and we beat Aberdeen. We went at our best and beat St Mirren. We went at our best and beat Livingston. We beat Falkirk. We beat Motherwell. We had tons of chances to do better. We didn't create many chances against Kairat Almaty. The ones we did, Dice and Maeda largely missed them. We didn't create much chances against Rangers in that terrible draw. I think Kilmarnock, again, another team who are really well organised, really well managed, a team that actually plays together, a team that's actually well coached. Much like I was actually really impressed with the team organisation, the team spirit that Motherwell showed last weekend, well, wherever it was, it'll be 2 weekends ago. They were really well organised. St Mirren, start of the season, they were really well organised. Kera Almaty, really well organised. And you'd have thought with Brendan Rodgers having managed in Scotland before and having had 2 whole seasons of knowing how lots of teams set up to play against Celtic, you'd have thought that he would have worked out better ways to break down the low block. It just feels like Celtic don't actually have a really good set of 3 or 4 different tactics. So Alistair Johnston is back in full training. I think we'll probably find out in Brendan Rodgers' Friday afternoon press conference just whether he is going to come in for the game against Dundee or whether they keep him on, maybe put him on the subs bench and then give him the last 15-20 minutes. But Alistair Johnston is back in full training. He's been training all week with the first team squad. He's been participating in all the drills and all the training, etc., the same as all the other players. So theoretically, he would be in the matchday squad on Sunday, whether he plays or whether he's on the bench. But so to answer the clash with Numpty, the timescale, Alistair Johnston has returned. He's returned to full training. The question is then whether, Rodgers puts him on the bench, brings him on the last 15-20 minutes. Definite tactic. Whether we keep him completely free and away from the team, but bring him in against Sturm Graz a week today, that's another option. But in theory, he is fit to return to play for the first team, which is a wee bit unfair, I think, on Colby Donovan because he's actually stepped in really well. Interestingly, Colby Donovan in the second under-21 match for Scotland across in Azerbaijan, I think it was playing at right centre-back rather than playing at right-back for some of the games. So it's an interesting also another way to use Colby Donovan. Yes. I think Alistair Johnston, I think, is probably one of Celtic's most important players. Remembering that he got injured partway through the game against Kera Almaty at Celtic Park. I think Alistair Johnston is one player in Celtic's team who actually does get other players fired up. He's a player who goes around and gets people motivated. He's a player who can defend. He's a player who can go into midfield. He's a player who can go into the final third. He scores goals. He saves goals. I think he's tactically very aware. He's a good defender. He's good at passing, good at crossing. He's good at scoring. Oops. Well, there would be an argument to. I don't think Alistair Johnston's ever played as an actual right winger. He's played right wing back. He's played right midfield. He's played defensive midfield. He's primarily played right back. He's also played right centre back in a back three for Canada. I don't think he's actually played quite so far up the pitch as an actual right winger, but he's certainly got the skills to play as a right winger. Hello to you, Paul McGuire, another of the long-standing viewer subscribers. Great to have you on. Yes, I think I'm trying to remember what Ange Postecoglou did something quite similar to that when we were in his first season, when we were really struggling for injuries and fitness. He played someone, I think, was it, I can't remember, did he play Juranovic or something way up the pitch. I can't remember. It was against Ross County, I think, and it was a game where we had virtually no fit players, and I think he played Adam Montgomery at left wing and Leela Bad as the centre forward, and he played somebody odd at right wing. I'm sure it was the Ross County match in the lead up to Christmas in Ange Postecoglou's first season. Yes, I can't see in a million years Brendan Rodgers doing anything out the box, anything clever, etc. Rodgers is very much. I've got my set tactics of 4-3-3. This is how we play. This is how we always play. We don't change the way we play if we want to play. I don't remember. I don't know what club chairman said we needed to be more like Rangers. Haven't read that story. I can't see why we would want to behave the way that Rangers. I think some people were saying that Celtic should have carried out their transfer window this summer the same way that Rangers did. Don't think Rangers have actually signed anybody of any real quality. They spent $9 million on the centre forward from Everton, who'd never scored a goal in 20 matches for Everton. That doesn't sound like terribly good business. They bought a player, Altman or Antman, whether it was the Finnish guy who played for Go Ahead Eagles. He had a couple of good games, but he's fallen by the wayside. About 90% of the players that Rangers have signed in this transfer window have been very disappointing. Well, my personal feeling is that pyrotechnics and fireworks have got absolutely no business of being inside a football ground. They both are incredibly dangerous things in terms of burning people, eye injuries, traumatic injuries to people's faces and skin, setting fire to their hair. Yes. Rangers signed Antman swiftly. They paid over the odds. They paid more than they should have done to buy him from Go Ahead Eagles. They spent a lot of money on players who were paid inflated values to the point where the Rangers don't have at the moment. That's one of the reasons people say that Gerrard didn't come to Rangers is they don't have transfer money to buy players in January. Unless they do sell Raskin and a couple of other players, then they'll have transfer money to buy players. They've spent their whole transfer budget now, and so they have no more money to buy players unless they sell players. Yes, so I think the Scottish FA are quite right to warn and fine clubs for pyrotechnics. I think clubs should be telling fans not to bring pyrotechnics into the ground. That's what the club said. That's what Brendan Rodgers said. It's what the police say. It's what stewards say. Quite how people get pyrotechnics past the stewards, etc. When I do go to watch games, you do get your bag searched, etc. So how people are getting the pyrotechnics past the stewards, etc. into the ground, I don't know. I don't think that. I think what fans should be doing if they got tickets for the game against Rangers in the League Cup semi-final is we should be going to support them. Well, the story was that we were looking for, in terms of Go Ahead Eagles, we were looking for more at Jacob Broom, who was more of an attacking midfielder who could play out wide, a bit like Benjamin Nygren, who is an attacking midfielder or even a second striker who can play right wing and can play left wing, except we're playing him as a central midfielder. So Rangers did Rangers went and said, here is, how much do you want for him? Here's the money. Here's the money for Antman. And has Antman been a success at Rangers? So they spent about £1 million, £1.5 million more than Antman was actually valued for because they wanted to buy him. They spent £9 million on a player who's never scored a goal, for Everton. Didn't score many goals for his Portuguese club before he came to Everton. I think he's scored 7 goals in his professional career, and Rangers spent £9 million on him. I think I completely agree that the flares, the smoke, the fireworks, etc., is tremendously imposing. It's quite intimidating for other fans. It produces a hell of a lot of smoke. I could certainly attest to the effects of breathing in fumes and smoke. It really, if you've got asthma, bronchitis, emphysema, if you've got heart problems, breathing in the fumes and the smoke is really counterproductive. Makes you very ill, makes you sick, makes you really breathless. If you're properly asthmatic, you could have a major asthma attack. And as I say, the danger of it also is things like burns, being hit by a flare, flares being dropped. And so I personally think that what the Scottish police and the Scottish football associations and the clubs are trying to do by outlawing flares and pyrotechnics is, I think it's very, very admirable. Right. I wasn't aware that was his birthday today. He was a player who had a very, very unsuccessful career at Celtic. Many players had an unsuccessful career at Celtic. I think one of the difficulties I personally think we've got with the transfer window is that we don't actually quite know how some of these players actually are, because some of the players haven't actually had a proper chance to establish themselves in the team. And what really should happen is the pre-existing players who've been at the club for a year or more should really pick up the slack to allow players like Yamada, Chinyeki, Nigrin, Tierney, Sirachi, etc., all these new players. They should actually have other players playing really well to pick up the slack so that they have time to settle into Scottish football. They have time to settle in to moving home, learning a new language, learning a new culture, being away from friends and family. And so I think that's one of the things that's I think it's been one of the problems with quite a lot of these players is settling into Scotland. I think with Sebastian Chinyeki, we've been quite lucky. He seems to have settled into Celtic very quickly. Balakwisha seems to be in a slower one to settle in. And Nacho seems to have settled in quite well. I think that's because Brendan Rodgers was so welcoming and accommodating for him. Quite what's happening now with Shin Yamada and Hayata Inamura, I'm not terribly sure. We have got Kelechi Iheanacho now as a striker. We moved Dyson Maida from wide left to central striker because at that point we also had Jota coming into the club in the January transfer window. So theoretically, Maida replaced Kyogo for the second part of last season. We bought Shin Yamada. Shin Yamada took Kyogo's place in the Japanese international squad over the summer. So rather than calling Kyogo up for the Japanese team for that Asian Cup event, the Japanese manager called up Shin Yamada. Shin Yamada comes to Celtic. Brendan Rodgers puts him, hardly uses him, and he's dropped out of the So maybe Shin Yamada, if he actually gets a run in the team, maybe he'll score lots of goals. Maybe if Johnny Kenny, Callum Osman gets a run in the team, he'll score lots of goals. Maybe the more games that Kelechi Iheanacho plays for Celtic, the more goals he'll score for Celtic. Maybe once the players learn better how to set up Kelechi Iheanacho, maybe he'll start scoring more and more goals for us. I think he's still about half a step behind where he needs to be in terms of fitness and fastness in the box. He's been very useful for us scoring penalties. He's scored, I think, one goal from open play. He had a goal disallowed against Hibs from open play that was just marginally offside. We reportedly were in for several strikers, and they chose not to come to Celtic. Kasper Dolberg, Celtic put in the amount of money that Anderlecht wanted. Celtic put that bid in for him, but Dolberg said, "I'm not going to go to Celtic." And he went to Ajax. Quite what the bid was for David Strelic, I don't know, but he chose to go to play for Middlesbrough. A lot of players, much like Matthias Kiesgarden, rather than coming to Celtic, they've chosen to go and play in the English Championship. A lot of players and pundits reckon that the English Championship is now the league, the stepping stone league to get into the English Premier League, more so than it was coming to play in Scotland. So 5 years ago, coming to play in Scotland was the way to get a stepping stone into the English Premier League. It appears now, in a lot of ways, the English Championship is the stepping stone to get into the English Premier League. In terms of quality of league, the English Championship is the 7th best league in the world. So it's way above a lot of other European leagues. Part of that is also the TV contract and the money in sponsors, merchandising for a lot of these clubs in the English Championship is very, very, very high. Wage budgets in the English Championship rival the rise or exceed the wage budgets that Celtic have. You think about the amount of money that clubs like Brentford and Bournemouth have, who play in the English Premiership. Tiny grounds, tiny support, no global branding, but they get so much TV money, and they also get such massive prestige by being in the top league in the world that players want to go there. Players are happy to go to those clubs and just sit on the bench and take their £100,000 a week. So I am happy to accept that we did lose Kyogo in the winter window, but we don't seem as yet to have signed anybody who has come in to take his place. Dazamida certainly took his place for the second half of last season. For one reason or another, we sold Adam Ida for a couple of £1 million less than we'd bought him for 12 months before. Whether Kelechi Iheanacho is going to turn out well, whether Johnny Kenny is going to turn out well, whether Callum Osman's ever going to get a chance to make himself a Celtic player, whether Shin Yamada is ever going to get a chance to be a Celtic player, I don't know. Certainly, a lot of those players don't seem to be part of Brendan Rodgers' plans at all now. I can't see how Yamada or Inamura or Osmond are going to get any form of games between now and January. Well, the answer to that question, Monty, is I don't know. It sounds like to me that in terms of things like the players that Rodgers and Tidsdale were telling the scouting people to go and scout. Turned out to be players who decided they didn't want to come and play for Celtic, or that when it came to the recruitment people getting in contact with agents, the agent said, "We're not going to come to Celtic until Celtic are in the Champions League." A lot of clubs don't like to sell their players in the winter window. A lot of clubs don't want to sell their players when they've still got European competitions to qualify for. I don't think we certainly had a look at the Japanese market. I think Yamada is actually a really good player. I think Inamura is in terms of his actual first team experience in Japan was very limited, but I think he's actually a really good player if he actually got a chance to develop himself. All I would say is that I think there are about 40 moving parts to bringing in any player nowadays. It's not as simple as it was in the olden days, where Brian Clough or Terry Venables or Sam Allardyce would go and meet another manager at a service station and hand over a paper bag of cash, and then suddenly a player was moving to Nottingham Forest, or moving to Spurs, or moving to Portsmouth with Harry Redknapp. Football nowadays is massive business. Ever since the English Premier League was bought over with the Sky money, and then similarly Italian, German, French, Spanish leagues, tons and tons of money. Then lots and lots of very rich people and rich companies got involved in football. I think it's a very different. It's a very different thing, and it's a very, very complex thing. And I am more than happy to say that the people, I'm willing to accept, to say whatever, that people like Michael Nicholson and Mackay, the chief financial officer, their job is to oversee everybody beneath them. So but also supposedly player recruitment, player transfer, player identification of who to go for is a combination of Tidsdale and Rodgers, more Tidsdale than anything else. He then liaises with recruitment. He then liaises with Rodgers. He then liaises with the scouting department. Tidsdale then also often goes off to be the final person who assesses a player before it gets passed on to the recruitment team. Maybe there are too many steps to it. What I would say is things seem to work better when Ange Postecoglou was in charge of the club as the manager for his 2 years with transfers than it has done in the 2 years so far with Brendan Rodgers as the manager, the head coach, whatever you want to call him. Some of the people that Postecoglou had working with him are no longer at the club. They got kicked out and replaced with Brendan Rodgers' friends and people that Brendan Rodgers knew through English football. I think in terms of attracting players to come and play in Scotland, it's more and more difficult to get players to come from bigger European countries, bigger European leagues. I don't think, as I said earlier on, I don't think we're the stepping stone to English Premiership like we used to be, or big leagues in Europe like we used to be. I think we've fallen down, and that's partly due to the poor quality. No, I fully accept that Celtic, in terms of behind the scenes organisation, is not as good as it should be. I think there are a lot of lessons that need to be learned, and there are a lot of lessons that we may have learned before, but we seem to have forgotten them. As I said before, under Ange Postecoglou, we seem to get players in right at the start of transfer windows. Alistair Johnson came in right at the start of a transfer window. We had Maeda, Hatate, and Ideguchi all came in on day one of the transfer windows. Now, to be fair, we got Negrin, Tierney, and Doohan all in very, very, very much at the start of the transfer window. So all those things were organised with basically Doohan and Tierney coming in on day one of the transfer window, and Negrin coming in about a week, 10 days into the transfer window. He came in nice and quickly. He was fully involved in the pre-season training. Then we seemed to have quite a gap before we got any more players in. And we added several players at the last minute. We seemed to have several other players lined up, but they chose not to come to Celtic, or the teams chose not to sell them. Pretty sure that Lawwell was the chairman when Ange Postecoglou was the chairman. I don't know that for a certainty, but I'm pretty sure that Peter Lawwell was involved as the chairman when Postecoglou was the manager, and also Peter Lawwell's son was involved with the recruitment department when Postecoglou was in, and Postecoglou seemed to work well with Peter Lawwell's son, who then got sacked very early in Brendan Rodgers' time and replaced with a Brendan Rodgers friend. Well, you keep on asking questions. The answer, of course, is no. The Rodgers and McGregor were asking for quality to be brought in, and additional quality players. Additional quality players, where not many of them were brought in, or if those players actually are quality, we're not getting to find out whether they are, is because of the way that Celtic are playing at the moment. The established players, the players who've been there for a year or more, are not performing as well as they should do, which makes it more difficult for other players to come in and play well. Yes, so Finbar. Well, there's the question of do you pay the asking price? Now, one of the criticisms that Celtic had last summer was we spent too much money on Engels, too much money on Trusty, too much money on Paulo Bernardo, too much money on Adam Ida. Many, many people said that we paid twice as much money to buy Trusty, Engels, Paulo Bernardo, and Adam Ida. They were worth about half of what we paid for them. Well, I'm not sure why I have to criticise the board. I'm allowed to have my opinion, and I do think the board have not done their job as well as they should do. But in the end, if the board do their job better, but also as a football manager, you have to use the players you've got. So you use the players you've got. So we come back to Ange Postecoglou. In the first 6 months of his time at Celtic, the first 6 months at Celtic had tremendous injury problems. He had a squad that inherited from Neil Lennon and John Kennedy, where there were a lot of players who left soon after. A lot of players who weren't really good enough to play for Celtic. He brought in players like Owen Moffat, Adam Montgomery. He played players out of position. He resurrected Anthony Ralston, who hadn't played for a while. He got goals and performances out of different players. He bought Kyogo, who was a great player, but shortly after Postecoglou came in, we lost Odsonne Edouard and Christopher Ajer, arguably two of Celtic's best players at that time. And so Postecoglou took what he had and he turned it into a team that kept Celtic in the race until the January transfer window. He then brought in O'Reilly, Maeda, Hatate, and Ideguchi. Ideguchi's a different matter. But he brought in 3 players in the transfer window, and in the second half of his first season, he merged them into a really good team, and we came from behind to win the league. Yes. So Pope Leo the 14th, I think we back the team, back the boss, back everybody in the club. It's really, really difficult to do your job, no matter what your job is, when there's people criticizing you right, left, and centre. If any of you were in your own job and there are banners outside your workplace or in the windows of your workplace which have hangman nooses, which are lining you up to be executed, etc., and threatening messages, anybody would find it really, really hard to do your job. And I'm not quite sure how all these threatening banners, threatening chants, vandalising Celtic Park on the outside, some horrible banners. I'm not quite sure how that helps anybody and how anybody thinks that's actually going to make anybody in the club work better. Okay. Yes, I am sorry if it's been misconstrued. At no point have I said that the board are blame-free. I just feel that far too much of the blame is being put at the feet of the board when it's people that they are more supervising. So the executive people on the board, Mackay and Nicholson, they supervise all the departments beneath them. Yes, the Keira Amati game was a collective disaster. However, how many chances did the players who were on the pitch create? Not many. Now, the Dyson Maida that we had at the end of last season would have scored that goal in the added time in the first leg. He would have scored the goal with 5 minutes to go. We had chances in both games, but not many. We should have created far more chances. Players like McGregor and Hatate and the fullbacks are good enough to have created chances, but they didn't create the chances. So the blame for the transfer window not going as well as we wanted it to go lies with lots and lots of different people. And Brendan Rodgers and Paul Tidsdale are apparently a very large part in the machine for transfers. And they have been a common factor in the last 2 or 3 transfer windows. Those two people have been the head of the footballing side of transfers has been Rodgers and Tidsdale. They apparently identify players. Tidsdale and the scouting people bring people to Rodgers. Rodgers then says what players they want to go for, and a variety of different things. Yes, I agree 1,000,000%. Sign them early on, but also signing players in January to have them ready to be fit and ready for the Champions League qualifiers in July and August. We also I personally think we should have had all the players back at the club much earlier for pre-season training. Too many of the Celtic players came back late in the pre-season spell. Now that's partly because quite a number of them were playing meaningless friendlies after our league season had finished. We also had Carter Vickers and Johnson both playing in a CONCACAF tournament in America. running right through to nearly the start of the season. But yes, we should have got the players in. And what I'm saying is, with many of the same people in charge under Ange Postecoglou, we did get players in right at the start of transfer windows. And to be fair, we did get some players in at the start of the transfer window. So it sounds to me that it wasn't that the scouting process, the player identification process, wasn't good enough, in that those players weren't ready to be signed right at the start of the transfer window, or not enough of them were. So whose decision it was to let Hatate and Maeda come back 3 or 4 weeks into pre-season, I don't know. Some of the players, McCowan and McGregor, were in from day one. Some of the players like Scales and a few others came in about 10 days later. Some of them, Carter Vickers, came in late on. Now, admittedly, he had minor knee surgery, so he was slightly different. But players like Maeda and Hatate were given an extra 2 or 3 weeks of holidays. Yes. I think we had a benefit of Ange Postecoglou knowing players in Japan and the Asian market. He maybe also had an ability to work better with the Japanese and the South Korean players. Maybe that's not really Brendan Rodgers' forte. I don't know. I don't think Brendan Rodgers really trusts the Japanese or the North American market. He seems very hell-bent on the European and the English market in terms of signing players. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think, as I said, Monty, and I'll say it again, there were lots of things that went wrong. Many of them in the end fall under the responsibility of the chief financial officer and of the chief executive, who are two of the executive members of the board. I don't honestly think that Peter Lawwell's role in terms of running the football club is as big as many people think it is. His job as the chairman of the board is much more organised in the board, much more as a presence on various different committees. He's involved in quite a lot of UEFA committees. He's involved in this conglomeration. Yes. No, I'm sorry. I'm not explaining myself properly. I think the problems with the transfer windows for the last couple of years, maybe stretching back actually for Ange Postecoglou's last transfer window, is multifactorial. We seem to be able, with the same CFO and the CEO and many of the same recruiting people, we seem to be able to get players in nice and early. We seem to be better at identifying who's good and who's not good. We've seen better with the people who were there when Ange Postecoglou came in. He brought in some people. He's a person who works much better. Maybe he's a much more adaptable person. I don't know. Ange Postecoglou, for me, has an awful lot of really good factors, and he seemed to be a person who can actually work with people. In that, he actually, when he came into Celtic, I don't think he actually brought anybody with him in terms of coaching staff. He just basically took on the ones who were already at the club. I think he brought in Harry Kewell a wee bit later on, but he basically started off with Strachan and Woods and Kennedy and several others. So he seems to be a much more adaptable person. Very quickly, when Rodgers came in, a lot of players, people who were part of Postecoglou's team, left the club. and got replaced with mates and contacts of Brendan Rodgers. Yes, as I said, I was really impressed actually with how well he's changed. How well he's changed Motherwell. I thought they were really well organised. I think St Mirren's a very, very well organised club. I think Kilmarnock this season again has been really well organised. Derek McInnes seems to have been doing a good job at Hearts. I don't think Derek McInnes would come to be Celtic's manager. But there's a lot to be said for a manager who has managed in Scotland for many, many years, knows the players, knows the league, knows the opposition. Quite whether Stuart Kettlewell could step up to manage Celtic, whether the manager of Motherwell, whose name I've forgotten, whether he could step up to manage higher level. Whether Robinson could step up from St Mirren, Goodwin at Dundee United, whether they could step up, I don't know. Managing Celtic, managing Rangers is 100 times more pressure than managing St Mirren, Kilmarnock, Motherwell. No, what all I'm saying, Clashman Numpty, is a Derek McInnes style of person. I'm not saying we should get Derek McInnes to come in and manage Celtic, but that sort of person, there's an argument to say somebody who really, really knows Scottish football. Yes. So Rangers, I agree. Rangers are worse now than they were last season. I think Celtic is I would say. I think your summary is right. I think Celtic have stayed static. One could also argue. I think Celtic have gone one season back. I think there's so many things similar to how Celtic were in the first half of 23-24. Brendan Rodgers' first 6 months comparing to this 6 month spell from summer through to Christmas in Rodgers' third season. I think Celtic were playing better football last season for much of it than they are so far this season. So for me, possibly could even argue that Celtic have gone a step back. Other teams, what tends to happen with a lot of the other teams in Scotland is they tend to have better spells and worse spells. You think this time last year, Aberdeen were unbeaten for the first 8 or 9 games. But basically, they were performing brilliantly in Scottish football until we beat them 6-0 in the League Cup semi-final around about this time last year. And then their form really dipped. I think that's also going to be the case with Hearts. I think they're going to be, because they've been winning a lot of their games and points in the last minute. I think three of their games have come down to goals and added time. Now, that's quite an admirable thing to do, but it tends to be quite difficult to keep on pulling wins and points out the fire with added time goals. So I think Hearts' form and Hearts' results will take a bit of a dip. You think this time last year, Hibs couldn't win a game, couldn't draw a game. Their manager probably was within a week or two, a few games of being sacked. He turned that team around. They probably were the second best team in Scotland for much of last season. They've been a bit iffy this season. They've had some better spells, some poorer spells. I think them playing in Europe kind of knocked them off in terms of their Scottish form. So I think I would tend to agree. Rangers are going backwards. Celtic probably are static. Other teams are playing well. Quite whether Kilmarnock, Hearts, Motherwell, etc., can keep on playing as well as they are at the moment for the whole season. It tends to be when you're a smaller club that you're relying on a smaller number of players, a few injuries, a few suspensions, a few losses of form, a bit of fatigue when the fixtures really pile up, and it tends to have a knock-on effect in your form dips. Well, again, it depends on what story you're believing. Now, one story, and I've seen this story in about 30 different places, was that John McGinn phoned up to speak to Brendan Rodgers. He phoned up to speak to the Aston Villa manager, I think might well have been Steve Bruce at that point. Steve Bruce said, yes, John McGinn, you will be our first team starter. You will be one of the first names on my team sheet. Brendan Rodgers said to McGinn that he wouldn't be a guaranteed first team starter, that he'd have to start on the bench and then come into the team if his form, etc., was good enough. Now that's I've seen that story in multiple different places, that the reason that McGinn chose Aston Villa rather than Celtic was at Aston Villa he was told that he would be a regular first team starter, that he would be one of the players that Stevie Bruce, if he was the manager, I'm pretty sure it was, he would be in the team week in, week out, as long as he was playing well. Rodgers at Celtic told him the opposite, that he would have to prove himself to become a regular first team starter. That's what I heard. Other people have put forward different theories, but I've seen that said quite a few times. Interestingly, Jimmy Tillin is apparently one of the two favourites for the Swedish international job. They sacked their manager John Dahl Tomasson after their 1-0 loss to Kosovo during the last international break. It leaves them rock bottom of their group. And reportedly, Jimmy Tillin still got a very strong reputation in Swedish football. The two favourites apparently for the Sweden international job are Potter, who used to manage Chelsea and used to manage West Ham, and Jimmy Tillin. So it may be sooner or later Jimmy Tillin is away from Aberdeen and away back home to Sweden. It's an extremely amusing thought of getting Donald Finlay in to be a Celtic chief executive officer. I don't think he actually would have the qualifications. Donald Finlay, obviously, an extremely good defence King's Counsel barrister in court and stuff. A really horrible man, apparently, in real life. A few people who know him said he's a horrible person. I think if he came into Celtic, I think he would sabotage the club rather than taking it forward. Interesting, Paul McEwen, regarding Muscat. Now, if Rangers, so the stories I've read in the last day or two regarding Muscat coming to Rangers is that Rangers would have to pay £1.5 million in compensation to Shanghai or whatever club it is in China that he's managing. But he also wouldn't be coming to Rangers until the end of the Chinese season, which I think is another 4 weeks or so on. Apparently, Muscat said, yes, I would come to manage Rangers, but I won't come until the Shanghai season is over, because apparently Shanghai are looking to win the league for the second year in a row. Muscat, obviously, his pedigree, his work experience, history is much the same as Ange Postecoglou's. Australian origin, but also very successful in Japanese football. Now been very, very successful in Chinese football. Well, all I'm doing is relating something that has been stated in lots of different sources. I don't know how. No one knows whether what true stories are true. What tends to happen is we believe stories that we want to believe. I don't know the truth of anything. All I do is I read the newspapers, I read the online stuff, I listen to other people's podcasts and YouTube channels, I listen to stuff on the radio, watch things on the television, do my own research, and there are quite a number of sources who said it was the guarantee of first team football is what convinced McGinn to go to Villa and not come to Celtic. And it was Brendan Rodgers who didn't guarantee him that game time. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But there are several sources have said that's been the case. Okay, I fully accept that you've heard John McGinn say that on television. Maybe he has. I haven't heard him saying that, and I've read other stories saying the opposite. I think it was his brother or something who related that story. I don't know. I can't remember exactly where that story was, but it was in online about a year, 18 months ago. Why John McGinn didn't come to Celtic, I don't know. There are lots of theories. Some of them blame one person, some blame another person. John McGinn's career has gone from strength to strength at Aston Villa. Whether he would have been such a big success at Celtic, goodness only knows. He certainly seems to very much flourished at Aston Villa, became their captain. Would he have become Celtic's captain? I don't know. Okay. The merchandising boycott, yes, it would mean that Celtic won't have as much money coming into their coffers for next season, which means then that Celtic will have to cut back on player transfers, player wages, because they do this season and next season, they have a very high wage budget for players and non-playing staff. Everybody at Celtic, on the pitch and off the pitch, so all the admin people, all the groundsmen, everybody at Celtic got a pay rise over the last 12 months or so to bring them up in terms of the off pitch people, to bring their wages up to against inflation and so on. So everybody at Celtic got an upgrade, and Celtic's wage budget for the players is higher this year and higher next year than it's ever been before. Celtic, up until 2 or 3 years ago, their wage budget was smaller than Rangers. It's now bigger than Rangers. It was smaller than most teams all teams in the English Premier League. Celtic's wage budget was smaller than some of the teams in the English Championship. Celtic's actually increased their wage budget. They've given players bigger and bigger contracts, bigger and better contracts. They've rewarded the Johnsons, the Maedas, the Hatatis, the McGregors, the Carter Vickers. They've given Jota a big contract. They've given Kieran Tierney supposedly £50,000 a week. They're obviously giving Rodgers £3 million to £3.5 million a year, plus bonuses on top of that. In terms of so Celtic's finances are potentially the next season or two. Celtic's finances are likely to go down because of the 20 to 30 million pound gap we'll have in our expected income because of not being in the Champions League this season. So that's going to go down. So Celtic's actually committed big money in terms of wages for the players, the contracts for the players for the next couple of years. So we've got a lot of players on much bigger contracts than they were before. And there's going to be a gap because of the Champions League money not being in the coffers for this year. So if ticket sales goes down, if merchandising goes down, that's going to mean even less money coming into Celtic, which means probably because of the much higher wage bill and also the higher wage bill for the non-playing staff, the admin, the groundsmen, all the other people who work for Celtic, that money has to get found from somewhere. Now, you're quite right. Celtic has a lot of money in the bank. Quite whether there was talk of Celtic expanding the stadium and renewing the stadium. There was a slightly odd statement that Celtic wouldn't be expanding the stadium for as long as we were playing in Scotland. Not quite sure what that means. Whether that means that a European league of some sort is in the pipeline. That's something that's been rumoured for the last 20 years or so. There are working parties with UEFA and the amalgamation of all the European clubs that Celtic's one of the leaders of. That's been looking at some form of pan-European league where you don't play in domestic football. All your games are European games. Whether that's the case, I don't know. So, in terms of whether people buy it, all these things are a matter of, I'd say my personal feeling is everyone should be allowed to buy merchandise or not buy merchandise. I don't think there should be any pressure on people or criticism of people if they choose to buy the Henrik Larsson shirt or choose not to buy the Henrik Larsson shirt or choose to spend their money to go to a European match. What I don't like is this kind of pressure campaign and this kind of undercurrent of, oh, you're not a real Celtic fan unless you do boycott the matches and if you don't do the silent protest, you don't turn up for the games, 12 minutes late, etc. And there's quite an undercurrent apparently. I'm very isolated with where I live and for a variety of reasons. But there are quite a number of people through the channel who have talked about having quite a lot of pressure from Celtic fan friends or work colleagues who are Celtic fans, because they're not towing the party line of the Celtic Collective and all these Celtic supporter groups. Yes, that is. I agree 1,000,000%. Everyone has a right to protest or not to protest. I think protest should be, however, shouldn't be threatening people with death or violence. And I don't think protest should involve vandalising Celtic Park by spray painting slogans and banners and nasty messages that then mean that the ground staff and the maintenance people then have to spend hours and hours. I am. That's not actually a very fair thing to say, Monty. I am not isolated from the board criticism. I read it all. I hear it all. I just don't think that a lot of what's happening is fair to them. That's all I'm saying. I am not isolated. I don't shut my ears to things. I read all the articles. I spend hours and hours every day reading things online, listening to other podcasts, listening to other YouTube channels, listening to others, reading things on social media. So I do actually try and get as much information as I can, but I have got the ability to analyze lots of information and come to my own conclusions, which may or may not be the same as other people's. And clearly, I'm not. I'm not one of. I'm a apparent minority. I think that actually there are hundreds of thousands of Celtic fans like me. Well, if I was, it still means I'm a Celtic fan. I've supported Celtic for 53 years now. Yes. There probably are some Celtic fans who are being driven away from the club because they don't like the banners, they don't like the chants, they don't like the atmosphere that there is going to Celtic Park. So I think Clashman Monty's making a great point, and there are people who have given me feedback and comments and stuff. That they're getting a lot of hostility and criticism from people that they work with, other Celtic fans, etc. Well, okay. Well, as I've often said with another person who's been a viewer subscriber from almost day one, St Mary's Parish, Coatbridge, there are many things where we'll just need to agree to disagree. I love Celtic. I've supported them for 53 years. Possibly some of my thoughts and beliefs and so on are relating to how close Celtic were to going completely and totally out of business around about 30 years ago when Fergus McCann bailed the club out. And then how close Rangers were to going completely out of business. And there's been plenty smaller clubs in Scotland have gone completely out of business. Third Lanark, obviously, much more years ago, but Gretna most recently, Airdrie, the original Airdrie, Clydebank. You think about how close to clubs like Clyde, Hamilton, various other clubs have been close to going out of business. Dundee, another club who are nearly completely out of business. And as Pope Leo the 14th said a wee while ago, I don't think the board are going anywhere. I don't think the executives are going anywhere. Yes, I think. Well, if we go right back to when the club was set up, but also the club has been for pretty much for many of those years, it has been a club that welcomes all opinions, all people, all religions, all ethnicities, etc. I was actually really very heartened by the fact that the Celtic Foundation gave, I think it was £100,000 today to the Gaza Welfare Fund. I think that was a really a very good charity thing that the Celtic Club, the Celtic Foundation's done. I think that was something that is very much in the spirit of Celtic as well. It's certainly something I certainly would very much sign up for. Well, if Hearts were to win the title this year, it would be for me that would be a surprise, because I don't think they've got the playing squad that's going to be good enough to see them through the whole season. There will be a theory that Hearts becoming a challenger to Celtic is actually a good thing, in that it probably kickstarts Celtic to do even better. For many of the years where Celtic weren't doing as well as they could have done back in the 80s and 90s, obviously Rangers were very strong, Dundee United were very strong, Aberdeen were very strong. That actually was a time when Scottish football was really quite strong. Had Aberdeen obviously won the European Cup Winners' Cup. Dundee United got all the way to the UEFA Cup final. They won trophies, they won cups, they won leagues. Rangers were strong. Celtic weren't terribly strong in those days. That was kind of leading into when we nearly went bankrupt. And after Fergus McCann came in and bailed the club out, got Celtic on a very strong financial footing. You think from Wim Jansen came in late 90s, and then Martin O'Neill 2000. And since then, we've been winning doubles and trebles right, left and centre, particularly the last 13, 14 years. We've only lost one league title in all that time. Yes, I think Hearts are, for me, Hearts are going to be very similar to Aberdeen last season. I think they've started really well. Quite a lot of things have gone for them. Some refereeing decisions have gone for them. If you look at if you watch that Willie Collin monthly VAR thing, a couple of the decisions that Hearts got over the course of that month were mistakes, reportedly, when the VAR etc. was all analysed. So one or two things have gone in their favour. As I said earlier on, they've had quite a number of last-minute goals and added time goals that have won them games. I think three of their wins have all been with added time goals, which is very admirable. But it's not tends to be something you can keep on doing throughout a whole season. And I don't think they got the squad depth to cope with injuries, loss of forms, and so on. In theory, Celtic have a deeper squad if the players play to their best. And for me, that's down to the players and that's down to Rodgers. Possibly. If Hearts beat us, we'll be what, 5 points behind them. I think there's still going to be 2/3, 3/4 of the season left to go. I think that's more than good, long enough for Celtic's better squad, better players, etc., to come back. There's been other seasons. Rodgers' first season, Ange Postecoglou's first season, where Celtic were several points behind. If you think about Rodgers' first season, there was a point where Rangers looked like they were the favourites to win the league. They had a bit of a drop in form. They had some injuries. They had some players not playing so well. Celtic's players then started to play really well. Kind of all kick-started after the Celtic 2-0 loss to Hearts, the one where Yang got sent off. And Adam Ida missed a penalty very early on. John Beaton had some funny decisions on VAR. And after that game, that strangely also was the one where Brendan Rodgers got himself in big trouble by openly criticising the referee. But that seemed to bring Celtic together, with Brendan Rodgers so much supporting the players and so much going against the referee, etc. He got his one-match ban. He got a bad row, but that seemed to galvanise the whole squad to really kickstart. And from that game onwards, I don't think we lost another game. I think we drew one game and won every other game after that Hearts 2-0 loss. And I think that's what I think Celtic have the capacity that no other team in Scotland have to go on that sort of winning run. And at the moment, despite the fact we're not playing terribly well, we still are in second place. We're not scoring as many goals as we should do. We have been quite lucky in Scottish football that our defenders have been defending very well. And so giving 2 goals up to Motherwell was a bit of a surprise, because actually our defensive record in Scotland had been so much better before that. So we were able to win some games, such as St Mirren or Kilmarnock, by just scoring 1 more goal than the opposition. Obviously, Motherwell was also much the same. Yes, the stats regarding Celtic's backward passes and sideways passes are pretty incredible. Massively up in terms of those things compared to last season. Our ability to get the ball forward quickly is so much worse this season than last season. And most of the players who last season were getting the ball forward quickly aren't getting the ball forward quickly. So the McGregors, the Hitatis, the Engels, the Bernardos, the McCowans, the Maeda, James Forrest, Yang played quite a bit last season. They're not getting the ball forward. Quite often when I've been watching Celtic, the no one seems to be making runs. So Carter Vickers and Scales and McGregor so often are passing sideways, backwards, sideways, because no one's actually making a good forward run. Yeah. So it may be that's certainly is what Brendan Rodgers says all the time. But you then hear Liam Scales particularly talking about that Rodgers says Brendan Rodgers' mantra is be patient, keep the ball, keep probing for space, keep trying to switch the play. So maybe it is Brendan Rodgers is telling the players to take their time, be patient, keep the ball, keep on probing, etc. I don't think that's the way that Ange Postecoglou, don't think that's the way that Jock Stein, don't think that's the way that Martin O'Neill would be counteracting a low block, etc. I don't think that's the way that Jurgen Klopp or Arne Slot or Wenger or Ferguson or whomever, Alex Ferguson, would be doing these things. They would be developing good ways to get the ball forward, create width, lots of runners, lots of players in the box. Yes, I think the one of the good things this season has been, for the most part, we've been strong at the back, so we've not been giving away goals. So it meant that because our chance creation was poor and our finishing's been poor, despite that, we have still been able to win games. Despite that, and for me, Celtic are playing really slow this season, and the maybe that's the players, maybe that's Rodgers. The being also a Liverpool fan as well as being a Celtic fan, quite a lot of the way that Brendan Rodgers is performing in his third season at Celtic is very similar to how he performed in his third and fourth season at Liverpool and his third and fourth seasons at Leicester. Things seemed in both third and fourth seasons at both those other clubs, it seemed to really slow down and get very stale and turgid and unimaginative and losing creativity. Well, you make a really good point, Clashman Numpty. So one of my thoughts was that Celtic should look to change things up in terms of the way that they're. So basically, I think against Dundee on Sunday, Rodgers will go back to the same old formula that he's always used. Schmeichel in goals, Ralston, possibly Johnson if he's fit, Carter Vickers, Scales, Tierney, McGregor as a deeper line midfielder, Hatate and Negrin, even though Hatate's not played well all season, Maeda out wide on one side, Tuneki on the other, and Iheanacho. But I think possibly let's freshen things up. Let's use Alza Johnson at right back. That way he can get into midfield, he can get into the final third. We could put Tierney to left centre back. That would improve our passing out of defence no end. We can then get Sarachi, good at passing, gets forward, crosses the ball, creates chances. We then use Engels and McGregor as deeper line midfielders going box to box. We have Negrin as a free-flowing attacking midfielder. We play Maeda and Iheanacho as a 1-2. We have Chunieki playing as a wide player on the left. We then, but then also you've got a player like Negrin and Maeda who can swap positions. Negrin can go out wide. Maeda can come in central. Maeda can start central and go out wide. You can then have Negrin, Maeda, and Chunieki and Iheanacho as 4 players in the box. You can have the fullbacks, be it Johnston and Sarachi, overlapping. You can have Carter Vickers staying back deeper. You can have Kieran Tierney moving forwards. I think Celtic are too predictable at the moment, and I think too many teams know how we're going to play. Yes, I would. I'm been really, really impressed with Sarachi. Wasn't really a player I'd ever heard of before he came in. Came into Celtic. There's an argument. There's an argument, as Paul McEwen saying, that Sarachi's been playing better than Kieran Tierney. I think part of maybe why Kieran Tierney hasn't been quite the Kieran Tierney that we were hoping for was the fact he's been out for such a long time, and that Celtic have been certainly slowly bringing him back into full fitness and back into playing 90 minutes. Now, he has played one game of 90 minutes so far this season. He's had a few substitute appearances. Most of the games he's been going off after 60, 70 minutes. One of the benefits of this most recent international break, he had a couple of sub appearances for Scotland, in the first of which he came on and he seemed to play sort of left midfield for quite a lot of the time. I think that's Monty. That's an absolutely brilliant. That's a very much. If I was doing, I don't know whether other people play these sorts of games, but I used to play Championship Manager, Football Manager, these computer simulations. And if I was using the Celtic squad that we've got at the moment, that's the kind of score, that's the kind of formation I would put out. Would be, I think Sinisalo deserves his chance. I think Schmeichel's still a good goalkeeper, but I think Sinisalo deserves his chance. But I think with Vickers and Trusty and Scales, you have good combination of defenders. With Trusty, you've got a defender who can actually pass the ball really well. Johnson is Tierney as your wing back, brilliant. They can defend if we have to go for 5 at the back. They are both capable in the air. They can get into midfield. They can get into the final third. Johnson and Tierney can both score goals. They can both create goals. McGregor and Hatate, if they're performing to their abilities, definitely. Negrin, I think he's a super player. I don't think we're playing him in his best position. I don't think Rodgers knows how to play him properly. And Maeda, Iheanacho, you also could have you then would have the flexibility of bringing in people like Chunieki is another one. I think there's a lot to be said for that team. I'm a great fan of having 2 strikers. A bigger one and a smaller one has worked really well for in many clubs all around the world. Celtic's great years under Martin O'Neill, we had Sutton or Hartson with Henrik Larsson playing off them. We had width with overlapping fullbacks. We had width with players like Didier Gat down one side. We had nice, strong defenders like Bobo Baldi at the back. We had some dependable midfielders. We had some very clever midfielders, players like Lambert and Lennon and Thompson. We had the brilliance of Lubomir Moravchik as well. The only reason that I would be, my personal feeling with Liam Scales is I think he struggles against strong centre forwards. He struggles against quick centre forwards, and I don't think his passing is good enough to fit the system that Rodgers wants to play. I think Trusty is a better passing defender than Scales, and I think a lot of Celtic's moves slow down and get killed when the ball goes to Scales. He never seems to pass the ball first time. He never seems to be able to see the pass before the ball's come to him. He always seems to control it, take a step, and then make a pass, and by which time the other team's already moving their players to cut down the gaps. So I think Scales is a very admirable player. I think he's done a surprisingly good job for Celtic. He's been a dependable player for most part. He's been quite consistent. Just I don't think his passing's good enough, particularly because Carter Vickers' passing this season isn't as good as it has been in past seasons. So I really would like somebody in defence, be it Tierney, be it Trusty, be it Alan Johnson, somebody or other, or more than maybe a couple of players in defence who can actually pass the ball out of defence, because too often it seems to be the easy ball to McGregor is what we do all the time, and awful at the back. A lot of things are backwards, so the ball goes to McGregor, who then hits the ball back to Scales or Schmeichel or Carter Vickers, rather than getting the ball up the pitch. Yes. So I think as a defender, particularly in Scottish football, Liam Scales is doing a great job for Celtic. I have some more. I'm less confident in him being a defender for us in Europe. I think Trusty has been a better defender for us in Europe, less so in Scottish football. If we do use Donovan, if we do use Sarachi, if we do use Tierney or Johnston, to a lesser extent, also Anthony Ralston, we do have defenders, fullbacks who can bring the ball forward. I would love we had a centre-back who can step out of defence, step into midfield to make a pass, to create more of an overload in midfield. Yes, so Virgil van Dijk would be... I can't see, unfortunately, Virgil van Dijk coming back to Celtic, but a Virgil van Dijk style of player, when we did have Virgil van Dijk, he often would step out of defence into midfield. He even sometimes got into the final third. He was actually a player who was really good at getting the ball forward. Now, Scales and Carter Vickers do when we're on the attack and pinning the other team back into their final third. They do come forward, but they never seem to really be very confident in making that pass, making that run, creating overloads. Yes, Ayers again. There were rumours that Ayer was on his way out of Brentford. Ayer was again a player who could come forward, a player we could use. We could use him as a fullback. We could use him as a centre back. You could even use him as more of a sort of an amalgamation, a hybrid centre back defensive midfielders type of role. I think in Scottish football we don't actually need to have 4 defenders as much as we do, which is where getting the fullbacks further and further up the pitch is very useful. I think there are many times where we can happily defend just with Carter Vickers and one other defender. And for that reason, that's why I'm not so happy with Liam Scales. Is I don't think he's got the ability to step into midfield and step into Kenneth Todd. I think Colby Donovan could be for Celtic a real find. As I said, through the week for the under-21s, he was playing right side of centre back. He's quite a big player. I think he's playing very well when he's playing as a fullback. Much more than Anthony Ralston. He's been able to get himself forward. He's been much more like the way that Alistair Johnston plays at right fullback. Yep. For me, the pecking order should be, assuming that Johnston's fully fit, Johnson number 1, Donovan number 2, Ralston as the number 3. With Ralston, he has technically got the ability to cross cover to left back. Haven't seen Colby Donovan swapping across to left back. I think he is a clever enough, good enough player to swap over to that side. But Ralston certainly has, from time to time, swapped over to be left back in the past. So I think Ralston's a very useful player to have in the squad. He seems to be a player who's very happy being a backup at Celtic. You need those sorts of players as well. Yes. I think you're entirely right, as you so often are, Clashman Numpty. I think Celtic actually have lots of players who can play good attacking, creative football. A lot of those same players were playing good, fast, creative attacking football under Ange Postecoglou. People like Hatate and McGregor, obviously, Maeda, Forrest, Yang later on, Johnston, etc., Carter Vickers. They were all playing nice attacking football, nice quick football, taking free kicks quickly, corners quickly, throw-ins quickly. Nowadays, we just don't seem to do anything quickly. To be fair, Kasper Schmeichel generally does get the ball out of his hand or with by kicks just as quickly as Joe Hart did. But nowadays, Schmeichel gets the ball out quickly, or Sinisalo gets the ball out quickly, and then it all just goes flat. Oops. I would be personally surprised if Ralston, obviously just an opinion, I would be surprised if Ralston leaves the club, particularly because there are these ongoing rumours that Alistair Johnston might be moving on to English or Italian football in the next year or two. He's probably getting towards the age, much like Hatate and Maeda are, that probably they've got one big move left in them. So I think Ralston probably is the kind of player who's willing to stay at the club and fill in and get the medals, get the European games, get his wages, and bask in the glory of being a Celtic player. I personally think that Ralston's liable to. Yes, the last couple of games, I agree that Kasper Schmeichel's not been as accurate with his passing. I think that's also partly that people aren't making good runs, and also other teams are pressing us as well because they know what we're going to do. We don't seem to have terribly much variation about how we get the ball out of defence. So Clashman Numpty, that was one of the other things I was going to talk about this evening. Bobby Clark coming to Celtic so Bobby Clark is currently at RB Salzburg in Austria rather than RB Leipzig in Germany, although he's actually currently on loan at Derby. Yeah, so Bobby Clark. No, it's quite confusing with all these Red Bulls. So Bobby Clark was a Liverpool player. He's the son of so Bobby Clark is a 20-year-old player. He's signed for Red Bull Salzburg, having been at Liverpool before. He's currently at loan in England with Derby County. 5'10", 20 years old. He's got under 16, under 18, under 19, under 20 caps for England. His dad was Lee Clark, who was a Newcastle and England international player. He's contracted to Red Bull Salzburg until the 30th of June 2029. So he's got another, nearly 3.5 years left at Salzburg. Varying values put forward for him. Some people have him as a £3.9 million player, some as a £7 million player. Salzburg bought him from Liverpool just over a year ago for 8.7 million. He's not had the best of seasons for Salzburg last season. Last season at Salzburg, 25 games, 1 goal, 2 assists. So far at Derby this season on loan, 1 goal, no assists in 10 games. Liverpool for the first team, 1 goal, 2 assists in 14 games. He played a few Caribou Cups, a few Europa League matches. He has played 6 Champions League matches last season for Salzburg, 2 Europa League games for Liverpool, so he has got that higher level of experience. However, his rating this season for Derby has been 6.45 out of 10, so not really doing that well for Derby on loan this season. Haven't got the stats, but his passing stats, his shooting stats, his chance creation stats, his tackling stats, they're all kind of average rather than good. And I will be doing a video about him for the channel tomorrow. So if people want to watch that tomorrow, feel free to do that. It'd be really nice if people did watch the video tomorrow and try and spread the good word of the channel and the good word of the... So, yes. So there were multiple stories this morning and into the afternoon that Celtic were in the process of agreeing a £6 million, €7 million fee with Red Bull Salzburg to bring him to the club in January. About a dozen different websites, football journalists, newspapers said that's the case. A couple of the other sites are now saying that there isn't actually any contact between Celtic and Red Bull Salzburg. However, there are quite a number of them saying that this is being lined up for 6 or 7 million. Yes, so yeah, I think it's one of these things which kind of is a throwback to what we've been talking about before. There's an awful lot of confusion at all clubs regarding transfers, of who's coming, who's not coming, what bids have been made, what's been offered, what's not been offered. There's an awful lot of stories percolating. So you're quite right, David Grant. There were lots of stories in the morning saying that this was lined up. By the evening, several of them had said that Several of them were saying that there wasn't the case. So yes, the Daily Record was one of the first to make the story, but there were lots of other Celtic fan sites that repeated the story. I think there's a lot. I think personally, there's a lot of stories that are made up by football journalists, be it the Record, be it the Sun, be it some of the papers that are English newspapers as well. I think also your Sky Sports, your Talk Sports. I think a lot of different football fan sites make up stories. If you think back to the most recent transfer window, there was strong stories that Yang had signed for Norwich. There were photographs of Yang in a Norwich strip. There were confirmed stories that he'd signed for £4 million for Norwich, and then it turned out it was all made up by a South Korean football fan site to get clicks on their website. There were a lot of stories about players leaving Turkish football to come to Scotland and England and various other different countries. It then turned out that a whole heap of Turkish football agents were just simply creating stories, passing them on to friendly journalists who were then spreading these stories around the world. Quite a number of Turkish goalkeepers were linked to Celtic prior to us getting Kasper Schmeichel. And it turned out that most of these stories were just made up by agents, made up by football agents trying to get some business transferring players out of Turkish football into other European football. I think quite a lot of football clubs make up stories and circulate it to journalists to try and stir up interest in players. I think quite a lot of players who want away from a club, their agents speak to other agents who speak to journalists to create stories that then go on Sky Sports and Talk Sport and in the Record and the Sun. I don't really actually trust anything I read in the Daily Record. I don't actually trust anything I read in the Sun either in terms of football stories. I don't have a lot of faith in either of those two inverted commas newspapers for creating true stories. And I think there's an awful lot of stuff that's made up to sell newspapers and get clicks on websites. Yes. I think that's a brilliant point. I think for me, so whether it's the way that Rodgers is getting Iheanacho to play, I don't know. But he just seems to be one step behind where he needs to be for getting the ball in the box and being available for chances. Quite a number of times, players like Maeda and Sarachi and Donovan and Chinyeki were putting balls into the 6-yard box or between the penalty spots in the 6-yard box, and Maeda wasn't there, Nygren wasn't there, Iheanacho wasn't there. They were all just one step too far behind the ball. I think the more that all those players play together, the better they'll be. Yes, I'm a great fan of the 3-5-2, particularly when you've got overlapping fullbacks, particularly if you've got a player like Nygren who can go in to be an additional striker in the box. I think there's a lot of different ways that Celtic could get that extra width. I think a player like Chinyeki, someone was talking about Balikwisha earlier on. Balikwisha, another player who is quite a very adaptable player, can play wide right, wide left, can play as a striker, can play as a second striker, can play as a free-flowing attacking midfielder. And there are many people who say that Nygren's and Balikwisha's best position would be as this free-floating attacking midfielder, second striker position. I think Dyson Maeda can also play something similar to that, or Maeda could play up beside or just off of Iheanacho, with Iheanacho being more of a target man. I think one of the things also with Iheanacho is that he, in the later part of his time at Leicester, he tended to be playing alongside Jamie Vardy, with Jamie Vardy being the main striker, which kind of changed the way that Iheanacho played. Iheanacho played a bit deeper. Sometimes Iheanacho was more on the bench and not actually starting for Leicester. But particularly in his early days, both at Man City and at Leicester, he was actually a very capable goal scorer. Yes. If we think about last season, we had 3 players last season scored 20-plus goals. Kuhn, Maeda and Ida. We also got good, useful goals, particularly from Callum McGregor. We got quite a number of goals also from Alistair Johnson from the fullback position. This season, we've not really got the right number of goals. Kyogo obviously had a really poor time in French football. He's not had the best of time, as far as I can tell. Not had the best of time playing for Birmingham so far. Whether it's just he's lost his confidence, I don't know. He is now over 30. I think he's still good enough to score plenty goals. And I think Brendan Rodgers did change the way that Kyogo played. Kyogo's best season was his second season at Celtic under Ange Postecoglou. First season, half his season, he was out through injury. I think Brendan Rodgers wanted him to come far too deep, which wasn't Kyogo's best way of playing. The other thing that Kyogo did last season, even though he wasn't scoring quite as many goals as he could have done, should have done, and used to do, he was actually a player who created space for the wide players and the midfielders to go into as well. Yes. Yes, I thought Motherwell gave us a very good game. I think their manager had set them up just right of how to counteract how Celtic play. I think he knew exactly how Brendan Rodgers was going to get the players to play. I think that's Celtic's biggest problem is that we don't change the way we play from team to team to team. One of the few times Rodgers actually changed the basic way that Celtic played was the 0-0 draw against Atalanta away from home last season. That's about one of the very few times Rodgers actually changed out of his standard 4-3-3. For much of that game, we kept our players much deeper. We basically had one striker up the top of the pitch. We played the players much more deeper. We packed defence. Scales and Trusty had brilliant games that day for us. We defended really well. And it's one of the very few times Rodgers has ever really broken out of his 4-3-3. I know against Braga, we did go to theoretically a 3-5-2, but it didn't look like any of the players actually knew what they were doing properly, particularly on the right side of defence and the right side of midfield as to who was... Yes. The Motherwell also did definitely try and play the ball out of defence. Admittedly, it did actually cost them the second goal when Negrin scored, when we actually did pressurise their defenders well to stop them getting the ball out. But we've not been as good in terms of pressing other teams' defences to stop them getting the ball quickly out of defence. So the Atalanta game would probably be roughly 12 months ago. Obviously, we'd been absolutely thumped by Borussia Dortmund shortly before that. And it does show that Celtic, if they are properly prepared in the right formation and given all the right instructions about how to play, they actually can change the way they play. I just don't think that Celtic are being properly set up by Rodgers, properly fired up by Rodgers. I don't think McGregor, Carter Vickers, Schmeichel, etc. are leading them as well as they should do on the pitch. I think there's lots and lots of different reasons why Celtic are not doing as well as they could this season. One of which is to keep everybody happy. One of which is the underperformance of people on the board, people in recruitment, people in scouting, people in the financial department. I think there are lots of people, lots of different units within the club that have performed at 50% or 66%. Well, thank you for participating, Finbar. The more the merrier. I don't think Kyogo is up for grabs. I think probably Kyogo has burned his bridges in terms of getting into the Japanese World Cup squad. I think possibly so has Rio Hatate. Daisuke Maeda certainly seems to be still very much a favourite of the current Japanese manager, but there is a lot of competition for the striker positions in the Japanese squad. So I think Kyogo probably has burned his bridges with his performances for Rennes in France being so terrible, and then going to Birmingham rather than a bigger club. I don't think he's really going to be in. Yes, so Nicholas Kuhn. I did a little section about Nicholas Kuhn in terms of how Nicholas Kuhn has been since he went to Como. I think he's played 5 games for Como, 2 starts, 3 substitutions as a sub. He got dropped for the last game. He wasn't part of their squad the last game. And so far at Como, he's had no goals, no assists. 3 times twice he's started the game, been subbed. 3 times he's been brought in as a sub. And in the 6th game of Como's season in the league, he wasn't even in the matchday squad. He was dropped to watch the game from the stands. So he's had a bit of a very slow, poor start to his time at Como. But certainly for the first half, 2/3 of last season, Kuhn was a brilliant player for Celtic. Tons of goals, tons of assists, lots and lots of danger up and down the wing. I do wish that Kuhn had hit the byline more often to get the ball in with his right foot. Virtually always he was cutting in and coming on his left foot. But Kuhn last season, certainly for the first half to 2/3 of the season, up to the Bayern Munich match, he was absolutely brilliant for Celtic. He seemed to go in a bit of a huff when he didn't get a transfer in the winter window. His performance after that was a bit on and off. Giakoumakis was a very good goal scorer for Celtic. For one, I don't think he actually got on terribly well with Ange Postecoglou. He also didn't like the fact that Kyogo was the number 1 striker and Giakoumakis was the second striker. He also was a player that doesn't tend to stay at clubs for terribly long, in that he left us. He then went to a Major League Soccer team for a couple of years. He then went to Mexican football. He doesn't tend to stay at any clubs for terribly long. He doesn't. He kind of does a couple of years at a club and then moves on. So I'm not sure whether Giakoumakis would have stayed at Celtic for that long, in that he's not stayed at any other club he's ever played at for very long. A couple of seasons in Dutch football, a couple of seasons in Scottish football, a couple of seasons in in American football, a couple of seasons now down in Mexican football. He always seems to be a player that's looking to move on. So Lee Labada had a good start to his career in America. I don't actually know quite how he's done more recently, but he had a good start to his career in American football, in American Major League Soccer. I don't know whether his good form there had carried on, but he certainly did make a good start. I think again he's probably we shouldn't get into the politics of his situation, but I think he was very, very unsettled in Glasgow in his final season. Of course, he'd been out injured for like 5 months, which is never that easy. A lot of young players really, really struggle when they're out injured for the first time. And I think he found in his final season at Celtic, I think he found it quite difficult coping without Nir Beaton. I think Nir Beaton had been like a big brother to him. When Lee Labada joined Celtic, when Postecoglou bought him. Actually, apparently, for the first few months that Abada was in Scotland, he actually lived with Nir Beaton and Nir Beaton's wife and kids before he got his own house after about 2 or 3 months. I think Lee Labada was actually settled into Celtic surprisingly well. Yeah. Yes, so as I said, he did make a good start to his career at Charlotte. I couldn't remember it was Charlotte that he went to, but he made a good start. But I think I was gonna say, because again I hadn't looked at it for about 6 months or so. I think his career, his performances and output and stuff did go down a bit after a good start at Charlotte in America. I thought I liked Nir Beaton as a player. He was a good servant for Celtic. He worked hard in midfield. He helped out in defence. He played centre back for a while. He was a player that could move forward from defence into midfield, spread the ball, etc. I think he actually was a useful player. He then chose to go back for religious reasons, to go back and live in Israel, and then he's not really been terribly popular with Celtic fans since that time. But from what I read, Lee Labada really looked up to Nir Beaton. Nir Beaton kind of took him under his wing for the first 6 months or so of living in Scotland. And I think that really helped Lee Labada be a great player for Celtic, coming straight into the team and doing really, really well. Yes. Yes, I thought. I think what Ange Postecoglou does, whatever he manages, he gives players a free rein, a free pass to be themselves, to attack, to get the ball forward, to play with pace, to play with energy, gusto, aggression, passion, etc. Yes. I think Celtic in a lot of ways have gone. For me, Celtic has definitely gone backwards since the second Ange Postecoglou season. I thought last season Celtic were looking a bit more how I would want them to play. This season, Celtic have gone backwards. It's like watching Celtic in the first 6 months of Brendan Rodgers' second spell at Celtic. Hopefully, the second 6 months of that season we played. Well, actually, the last 3 months of that season we played considerably better. Hopefully, starting on Sunday against Dundee, we can turn things around and start playing with a bit more of the way that we want them to play. But Brendan Rodgers doesn't tend to give players a free run. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Clashman Numpty, who was kind of talking about the fact that when Lewis Palmer came to Celtic, he played with a lot more freedom, a lot more creativity, and then it kind of Brendan Rodgers coached that out of him. That's the worry also with a player that's a bit more magical and brilliant like Chinyeki, a bit more magical and brilliant like Jota, is that Brendan Rodgers tends to coach those skills and that magic and that creativity and that risk-taking out of players like that. Ange Postecoglou tended to encourage, and for that matter, Martin O'Neill and Gordon Strachan tend to encourage players like Moravcik and Nakamura and players who had a bit of brilliance about them to really take a chance. Clashman Numpty, you can tell right. Lewis Palmer has had a really brilliant start to his career in Poland. He's been swapped in to play as an attacking midfielder, playing behind the striker, so he's not playing out wide. He's playing in a sort of free-flowing attacking midfielder role. He's creating chances. He's scoring the odd goal. He played apparently really well for Honduras in their most recent World Cup qualifier. Set up one of the goals for Honduras. He's a very important player for Honduras. He did really well for them in the summer tournament they were involved too. And again, he's gone to Lech Poznan, and he's been moved as from being a left winger, which is the only position Rodgers would ever play him. He's been moved into a more central attacking midfielder role, and he has played apparently very, very well. One of the best players in Poland at the moment. Yes. One of the things that does confuse me and bemuse me and is the fact that there's been so little about where Jota is in terms of coming back. They keep on talking about him coming back in the new year, but I've never actually seen any proper update on where Jota is. He never seems to be mentioned in any press conferences by Rodgers. Never seems to be mentioned in any form of press release that Jota is now doing X, Y, and Z. He certainly has been at a couple of games, watching as a spectator. He was with Paulo Bernardo. They were watching, I think it was Portugal under 21s or something. He was watching a game anyway with Paulo Bernardo. Lewis Palmer, when Lewis Palmer came to Celtic, he actually hit the ground running. He scored in his first 6 months with Celtic a ton of goals and a ton of assists, 10 goals and 10 assists in his first season. But the great majority of those were in the first half of the season. He picked up an injury early in 2024. He never seemed to properly recover from that injury. He then got himself fit in the summer pre-season. He and Kuhn were sort of vying for the wide position, and then Palmer got himself injured again in the first game of the season against Kilmarnock, and again really struggled to get himself fit again. However, as many people are saying, Lewis Palmer's gone off on loan now to Poland, playing a different role, playing attacking midfield, and he apparently is playing very, very well. I think Lewis Palmer is a player with a lot of talent, and again, I don't think, again, like many players at Celtic, he was being properly used by Brendan Rodgers. Many people said because Palmer wasn't the player with an awful lot of pace, but he was a player who had a good ability to shoot from distance. He was a good player for finding a good ball, but he maybe didn't have the pace to get up and down the wing. He certainly wasn't a very good player for tracking back into midfield like Maeda does, especially to help out midfield and help out in defence. Um, oops. Well, I think Palmer's a very good player. He scored 10 goals, 10 assists in the first half of his first season at Celtic. Got injured, never seemed to really recover from injury. And you might think he's pish, but he's playing really, really well for Honduras, really, really well in Polish football. Polish football in terms of quality of league, quality of players is about the same as the Scottish League. Maybe if Brendan Rodgers had shown a bit of imagination, moved Palmer into an attacking midfield role, maybe he would have turned into, for Celtic, the way that he's turned into a really good player for Honduras and a really good player for Lech Poznan. I think there's a lot of players at Celtic at the moment who are round pegs and square holes and square pegs in round holes. I think Postecoglou, O'Neill, Strachan, Steen, lots of managers much, much better at playing players in their best positions, adapting the tactics, adapting the formations, so that your best players are playing in the best positions. Rodgers is very much preset tactics, preset formations, and we don't change anything. There was a couple of press conferences last season where he was asked what changes he was going to make to Celtic to counteract what Rangers or Bayern Munich, etc., had done in the first game of the season, the first game of our 2 games in quick succession, and he basically said nothing. We're not changing what we're doing. So, I'm not a big fan of Barry Ferguson, but at least when he came in to manage Rangers as the caretaker, he actually changed the way that Rangers played. He changed the way he actually thought of different ways of nullifying and slowing Celtic down, which worked. And rather than Rodgers changing Celtic's formation and tactics and the way that we were going to set things up, it was exactly the same as in the next match and in the next match. And the next 2 matches, we didn't get good results against them either. It has been very, very disappointing that Hatate, who was a brilliant player for Celtic last season, he managed to keep himself fit right up until 2 or 3 games before the end of the season. He's been very, very disappointing this season. He's been Celtic's most disappointing player this season. McGregor, for me, also McGregor's been very, very disappointing. Yes, I think everybody knows how to play us. Whether that's also a reason why Liverpool and Leicester's form dipped in the 3rd season under Rodgers at both those clubs, I don't know. Just certainly looking at Rodgers' past performances at other teams, where he's actually been at a team for more than a couple of seasons. Season 3's been disappointing, and season 4 at Leicester and Liverpool was the season he got sacked by both of those teams, because season 3 things got poorer, slower, less creative, less successful, and in season 4 both those teams sacked him. I think a lot of opposition managers know how to play against Celtic and know that they're not going to be given different problems to solve, and they also know that Celtic very rarely change what they're doing on the pitch to counteract what the other team's doing. It was quite noticeable, the game against Aberdeen around about this time last season, where we were 2-0 up at half-time. Aberdeen changed the way they played, they changed their tactics, they got back into the game at 2-2, they then had a goal disallowed for handball. Celtic then did actually get back on top again. But the whole point I'm trying to make is that Jimmy Tilleen adapted the way that Aberdeen were playing to counteract the way that Celtic were playing at half-time. And for the first 15, 20 minutes, 25 minutes of the second half, Aberdeen very much go back into the game. Yes, I am happy to criticise Brendan Rodgers. I'm happy to criticise Callum McGregor. I'm happy to criticise Nicholson and Mackay and all these people. Happy to do. Happy to criticise everybody, but does anybody do Monty? Do you think Brendan Rodgers is giving us £3.5 million worth of managing and coaching this season? I don't think Rodgers is giving us value for money. He's the highest paid manager in the history of Celtic, one of the highest paid managers in British football. I don't think Rodgers is giving us £3 million worth of worth at the moment. He's the highest paid person at Celtic by a long, long way. Kieran Tierney, around about £2 million a year. Rodgers is somewhere between £3 and £3.5 million a year. He's the highest paid person at Celtic by a long way. A lot more. He's getting a lot more money than Peter Lawwell gets nothing from Celtic other than he's a chairperson. So he's got shares in Celtic. He's got dividends. The executives, Nicholson and Mackay, get paid for their job. Lawwell has shares in the club. Well, that's true up to a point, but we were talking about earlier on how well that Derek McInnes was doing at Hearts, how well that the manager at Motherwell was doing, how well the manager at St Mirren's doing, how well the manager at Kilmarnock's doing. All those things are examples of managers who are taking the players they've got and turning them into a good cohesive unit. So managers can make a massive difference to a bunch of players. After all, there'd be no point in sacking a manager and bringing in a new manager unless the manager can actually do something. I think Brendan Rodgers took a team that was largely yes. Well, up to a point, that's true, but it's also based on share price. It's based on outside investment. It's incredibly complex, and I'm not an expert by far on it. So if you're an expert on it, I'll take your word for 100%. My understanding is the more successful Celtic are on the pitch, the more money that gets into the club, and the more Celtic stock price, share price, etc. goes up, which means the dividends for the shareholders goes up as well, which means also outside investment from investment bankers, hedge funds, etc. goes up and up and up. There's some of the most successful investment companies and banks and finance companies have an interest in Celtic. Well, I don't know. I don't know why we didn't spend as much money as we could have done, should have done. I don't think it's lack of ambition. I think it was a series of unfortunate events all coming together where lots of people didn't do their job, including Nicholson, including Mackay, including Rodgers and Tisdale and recruiting department, and everybody didn't do their job as well as they could do. I think Celtic had money that they wanted to spend, but they didn't spend it because the players that they wanted to buy decided they weren't going to come to Celtic. That players got better offers from other clubs. Clubs got better offers from other clubs for the same players. Some other teams were willing to pay £10 million or €10 million for a player that was valued for half that price. So I would just bring it back to the fact that if you were going to buy a car and you go into a garage and you've looked up on the internet and a brand new Peugeot, it will cost you £25,000, and Peugeot, the garage you go to in Rutherglen, says, no, this car is going to be £30,000. I know it says on the website that Peugeot value the car at £25,000, but we are charging £30,000 for this car. Would we buy a car for £30,000 if the actual value is £25,000? Now, some people might buy because they're so desperate to buy this brand new car or this special car, they spend more than the car's worth. Celtic, for one reason or other, decided that they weren't going to pay over the market value of that player. Other teams were happy to pay over the market value for the player. One example being the player that Go Ahead Eagles sold from their club to Rangers. Rangers were happy to pay an extra £1.5 million for that player over his actual value. Celtic decided they weren't going to pay twice the price that Jacob Broom was rated for by all the transfer experts. As I said, last year they got criticised for spending twice as much on lots of different people. Well, so you make a good point. The more you do in the Champions League, the better the players you get, except that wasn't the case. That players decided not to come to Celtic, even though we'd done well in the Champions League the year before, because we weren't in the Champions League this season. Unlike the past couple of seasons when we were straight into the Champions League, this year we had to qualify. And if we believe the stories that some journalists are quoting from some agents who were trading players in Europe and in Britain, there were a number of players all around Europe and in Britain who weren't going to come to a club unless they were going to be playing European football. And several different clubs got knocked out of European football. So that was something that was put forward by 2 or 3 different agents who were quoted in various different podcasts and TV type things. That's what they'd heard on the network. That's what some of their clients had decided. They weren't going to move unless that move was to a club playing in Europe, and that club wasn't playing in Europe after all. So they stayed at the club and decided not to move on. Kasper Dolberg, good example. Kuhn didn't leave till the summer. Kyogo had already gone. By the time we lost this, by the time we got knocked out by Bayern Munich, the transfer window was shut. Kyogo had already gone. This summer we sold Kuhn. We'd already sold Kyogo. We sold Lagerbielke. Now nobody thought Lagerbielke was any good. We got rid of Palma and Navrocki have gone off on loan. People didn't like Kwon. He's gone. People didn't like Telio. He's gone. I think one of the risks with the assuming that we do win the league this season and get ourselves into the Champions League qualifiers next summer, one of the problems we're going to have, don't think that's a very nice comment, Monty. That's a horrible, actually, personally, it's a really horrible thing to say. I'm simply a person who's got opinions. I happily have a friendly forum for all Celtic fans to share their opinions. I don't criticise other people's opinions. I don't call people names. I don't say it's really quite a hurtful thing to say about somebody. So coming back to your point, Paul, I think there's a risk that Celtic do get knocked out in the summer Champions League qualifiers, in that the pre-season is going to be shortened by the fact that there's a Summer World Cup. Now, quite a number of Celtics players, some of Celtics players will be at the World Cup this summer. Dysamider might be gone by now, but there will be some Celtic players at the World Cup. Canada obviously will have already qualified, assuming Johnson's still fit. He'll be playing for them. Carter Vickers is still part of the squad for America. Austin Trusty might get back into the squad for America. If Marcello Starace signs for Celtic, he is going to be at the World Cup because Uruguay are there. Chinyeki is going to be at Celtic next season. One would presume he's playing for Tunisia there at the World Cup. So there will be quite a number of Celtic players who are going to be at the World Cup coming back to the club with a shortened pre-season. So, I dare say a lot of them will get a summer holiday break. And I think Celtic will be having to go through 2 or 3 qualifiers to get into the Champions League, which will be kind of like Brendan Rodgers' first season, first time around, where we were playing the Lincoln Red Imps in the 3rd or the 4th qualifier round, right at the start of the qualifying rounds. We then next season, I think we played the champions of Iceland, one of the teams from Reykjavik and stuff. So I think Celtic do have a difficulty in that quite a lot of the teams that we play in those early qualifiers are teams whose seasons are halfway through or further. So a lot of the Eastern European teams, the Azerbaijans, the Kazakhstans, the Armenias, etc., their seasons are well in. A lot of the Scandinavian sides, are their seasons run the opposite way around as well. So again, they're better prepared than we are, in that their seasons are much more further on. Yes, I don't think Celtic were as focused on as they should have been. I don't think we used the pre-season as well as we should have done. I don't think we got players in early enough into the pre-season, into the team. One could argue that of the players who did come in during the transfer window in the summer, those who've done the best have been the ones who did come in early. Nygren has been a bit inconsistent, but he has scored 4 goals. I think he's top for goals, top for assists in the current side. I think one could argue that Kieran Tierney's played decently. I think he's struggled a bit for fitness. I think he's struggled a bit for yes. So one could argue that those 2 players who did come in right at the start of the transfer window, they were involved a lot in the pre-season friendlies. They were a lot involved in the pre-season friendlies. As I said before, we had several players who came back late to the squad, particularly the 2 Japanese players. We had Carter Vickers and Johnson come back very late to the squad as well. I don't think we used the pre-season friendlies well enough to actually get our best 11 players on the pitch playing week in, week out, or so game in, game out. I don't think we developed a really good cohesive team. So I think we did a lot of things that didn't go well. We didn't get players in early in the transfer window. That's a mistake. I don't think we used the pre-season friendlies well enough to actually get our best 11 players 100% physically and mentally fit and match fit in time for the two Kairat Almaty games. I think our focus probably should have been to get the players 100% ready for that game, which means actually getting them ready for a week or two before the actual league season started. It felt to me like Celtic were kind of getting near 100%, near their amount of game time in players' legs around about the time of the second or third game of the season. I don't think we prepared ourselves well in terms of scouting Kairat Almaty. I think possibly Celtic assumed that we would be playing Slovan Bratislava. It certainly felt like Brendan Rodgers didn't know any of the Kairat Almaty players apart from Satpayev, who is the 17-year-old who's going to Chelsea next season. Certainly listening to him, listening to Brendan Rodgers in his pre-match press conferences before the first and the second Kairat Almaty games, it didn't really sound like Brendan Rodgers knew any of their team apart from one player. It didn't really feel as if Celtic's structure had scouted or worked out how Kairat Almaty played. Thank you. Great. Thank you for participating. So I think, Monty, let's just move on. I am 100% accept that you didn't mean it the way it came over to me, just for a variety of reasons. Was quite not a particularly nice thing, and I reserve the right to have my opinions and vocalize my opinions, just like you've got your right to your opinions. I'm very happy to let you have the forum. Clashman Numpty have the forum. David Grant, everybody can have a forum. Everybody can share their opinions. I'll respond to as many opinions as I can if I can keep up with the comments. Everybody's going to have a nice chat in the comment section. That's what this channel's for. I don't claim to be an expert. I just claim to be a silly old man, a long-standing Celtic fan, somebody who's having fun in semi-retirement, talking and creating videos and responding to comments and responding to people's opinions, etc. And my intention of doing this live stream is just simply to give a forum for people who maybe don't get a chance to get comments and a chance to talk about things on other more successful channels. So that's what this channel's that's what I set this channel up for. When I stopped working and went into what was supposed to be a sabbatical or semi-retirement, which has kind of extended itself, I was watching YouTube and I thought that person who doesn't really speak for me, that person doesn't really speak for me. That's not what I think. So I thought I'll start doing my own YouTube channels. To be fair, Sligo Boy, I don't actually get to Celtic Park nearly as much as I want to. That's partly was due to the nature of the work that I did. I was away from home a heck of a lot. wasn't actually in Scotland for a lot of times. So I wasn't actually able to get to Celtic. Then more recently, it's been financial things. I haven't really got the money anymore to go to Celtic Park, either for season tickets or to buy tickets, etc. So I don't actually get to nearly as many games as I used to do, and I don't get to nearly as many games as I would want to do. That was partly, as I said, work reasons, just never being available to go to games. Then health reasons was a factor, and now also financial reasons is another reason for it as well. So if the times I do go to Celtic Park, I'm kind of here, there, and everywhere, just wherever there are spare tickets. I've actually, as I said earlier on, I actually found Celtic Park as a place to go far better than virtually any other stadium I've been to. But I'm willing to accept that there are parts of the Celtic Park that aren't terribly nice. People talk about the toilets not being terribly nice. Not really something that I've picked up on. My daughter, who I quite often go to Celtic matches with as well, she didn't really talk about the loos not being very nice, but I'm willing to accept that other people have got a different experience of those things. So quite often when I have been to Celtic Park, and we're kind of in not such good seating or not such good viewing, or we're at the back of the stands and stuff. I would never have been a person to start chants and songs, etc. I'm quite happy to join in with you Never Walk Alone, etc. The start of games, but I'm not actually a big fan of chanting, etc. during the game. Big fan of cheering and shouting at the pitch, or shouting now, as I do mostly shouting at the screen, to complain about the referee, or to complain about McGregor's passing, or Hatate's passing, or Maída's inability to get the ball into the box properly. I think poor Glenn Michael died, didn't he, this year? Certainly was one of my abiding memories of being a wee boy in Scotland, was watching Glenn Michael's Cavalcade, whatever it was, all these cartoons on a Sunday afternoon, around about the time of Scott Sport on old-fashioned STV. More than willing to accept, for a lot of people who are Celtic supporters, that the politics, etc., is a very big part of it. Again, for a variety of reasons. I've never really been a great fan of mixing politics and sport, politics and football. I'm a great fan of football being football and politics being politics. I really enjoy politics and really enjoy debating and protests and stuff with politics, but I'm not a great fan of mixing the two. But a lot of people do see, given Celtic's heritage, both in terms of Irish heritage within Glasgow, being a club for the poor people of Glasgow right at the start. Yes, I 100% agree. That's what I'm saying. Celtic's heritage was set up in terms of creating a social club, creating a support network, money, etc., for people who were poor, unfortunate, discriminated against. Yes, I agree 100%. Celtic was born of politics, but I don't like mixing politics with sport. But Other people like mixing the politics with sport, which is super duper because that's what they want to do. That's maybe why I'm not so keen on all these protests with banners and chants and stuff in the press and turning up late for games and not cheering the club on and all these things. That's maybe why I'm not so keen on it, because I like supporting the team. I like cheering the team on, and I don't like when I fall out with friends or fall out with family. And that's kind of how I feel at the moment. Is the Celtic family, people in the Celtic family have fallen out with each other. And I don't think that's very healthy for Celtic as a football club, Celtic as a team on the pitch or off the pitch. Yes. Oops. Yes. That's and again that's another reason why I love Celtic as opposed to lots of other possible teams that I could have supported. Is that Celtic right from the start were there to support everybody. Celtic didn't care what religion, what skin colour, etc. you were. You got to play for Celtic, as opposed to our big rivals who had an exclusion policy. Celtic were the first club in the West ever to have a player play for them from the Indian subcontinent, which was way back in the 50s. We had players, we had Afro-Caribbean players play for us way before players played for other clubs. So Celtic has always been a club for all people. It supported people of all religions and all social circumstances. It's always been, to use a phrase, a broad church, i.e. lots of people get to be part of Celtic, and I think that's a really positive thing. It's never been an exclusive club, and I think everybody should get to support Celtic the way they want to support Celtic. So if people want to mix sports and politics, religion and sport, and religion and sport and politics, that's grand. That's their prerogative. If people want to protest, if people want to have chants and banners and not buy tickets and not buy merchandise, that's their choice. I just think not turning up for games, not cheering is going to affect the players on the pitch. And I think it is affecting the players on the pitch. The players, rather than starting games playing very hard and very quick, they seem to be taking longer and longer to get going in a game. Now, admittedly, right at the end of the Kilmarnock game, right at the end of the Motherwell game, Celtic really came through to win those two games with late goals. So it seemed to me Celtic are just taking a long time to get going these days, and that might be to do with the fact that in general times. Yes, I think your point's really well made there, David Grant. I think VAR has made things more complicated. If you look at I don't think anybody nowadays actually knows what is a handball penalty kick and what's not a handball penalty kick. Supposedly, all these VAR reviews with Willie Collin, his interaction with the KMI panel, his interactions with all what he calls the stakeholders, the managers, the coaches, the players union, all these things. I think it's just making things more and more confusing. Because the penalty that Celtic got against Kilmarnock was a penalty, but next time that happens, it won't be a penalty unless the handball is on the goal line, in which case it just seems to have made things. One answer might be if it hits a player's hand in the box, it's a penalty kick. Yes. Oops, sorry. That one. Yes, when VAR came in, I thought it was going to be great and it was going to make things easier and better. But I think it's made things a lot more confusing. And as you so perfectly say, you don't know whether to celebrate a goal. The when Celtic scored what looked like the equaliser against Braga, when Ian Achua scored that goal, I was shouting and cheering and saying, "Wow!" No, I thought, "Yep, we're going to get back into this game. It's 1-1. There's 40 minutes to go. We're going to win this game now." And the deflation that I felt when Joe Hart and the commentator said, "Oh, there's a VAR review." It's incredible. You don't know whether to cheer when a ball goes in, and you feel really stupid because you cheer the goal, and then suddenly they found that a player is 2 millimeters offside. And there also does seem to be different interpretations regarding things like handball, yellow card, red card, tackles. There does seem to be a difference between Scottish football, English football, European football, FIFA World Football. VAR has made things for me, a lot more complicated. It's taken away some of the spontaneity as well. Virtually always, if you scored a goal and you look across and the linesman not got his flag up, you can cheer the goal. Nowadays, the linesman doesn't put his flag up half the time, even if it is offside. You then get the VAR referee then re-refereeing the game. You then get these lines put on by the computer operator, which shows the player was a millimeter or two offside. It's taken away a lot of the spontaneity, a lot of the fun of football, and it's also created for me an awful lot of confusion, and things don't seem to be the same interpretations in different places. And as you're saying there, there does seem to be different interpretations, so you don't quite know what the interpretation is going to be with this particular VAR referee, and that's what Willie Collum is talking about in terms of the handball. It's being recalibrated, apparently, to bring it in line with what the KMI, the managers, the players, and the players' union want. You'd have thought that FIFA should say, "This is what handball is. This is what a red card tackle is." And that's what everybody in the whole world interprets on the pitch and off the pitch. Yes, although to be fair, the taking it back several phases of the play has helped Celtic in other circumstances. There was the game against Rangers that ended 3-3, where one of the Rangers' goals was disallowed because John Beaton had missed a foul halfway inside the Rangers' half. I can't remember who the VAR referee was, but he took everything right back a couple of minutes before to that tackle on, I can't remember if it was Hatate or Iawata, I can't remember who it was, but there was a tackle on one of the Celtic players in the Rangers, halfway inside the Rangers' half. So, but it does get and there does feel at times, and other people have said this who've been watching games with me, is that it feels as if that VAR referees are desperate to find a way to disallow the goal. And that certainly seemed to be my interpretation of the goal that got disallowed between Celtic and Braga. They seemed desperate to try and find some way to disallow that goal. And also, if anybody watched the game between Scotland and Belarus, there seemed to be so many VAR checks and delays and this, that, and the other. Again, it got rather boring. I also watch, as well as football, I also watch American football. That's another game which is forever stopping and starting for injuries, stopping and starting for TV replays, referees re-looking at the decisions, timeouts for adverts and stuff. It's a very stop-start sport as well, and that's actually quite difficult to watch as well at times. And certainly watching football on TV is becoming quite like that as well. Yep. Well, I don't know. There. To be fair, in terms of Scottish football, I don't think we've been that unlucky. I may be wrong. I can't remember terribly many decisions going badly for us with VAR this season. We've had a few VAR decisions which have kind of been in our favour. I can't think of any off the top of my head where VAR has gone against us in terms of decisions, but that's just simply maybe my memory's not so good. Yes. So your VAR. I think the thing is actually VAR or the sort of equivalent of VAR has worked well in quite a number of different sports. Rugby union, cricket, it's worked out. Rugby league, it actually works out quite well having a video referee looking at things. In American football, there are slightly different systems where the head coach of the team can throw a red flag, which means they then look at a TV replay to see whether they were right or wrong. In cricket, they've got so many challenges where the umpires will look at the decision again. For me, VAR has it should have made things much easier, should have made decisions much more accurate and much more correct, but it seems to have just created more and more confusion, more and more inconsistency, and it is causing all these delays and stop-starts to games, which are rather frustrating, be it you're watching on television or be it you're watching it live at the football stadium. Yes. I think VAR in terms of football worldwide has been a big problem, and I don't think it's worked at all well. I think, unfortunately, like an awful lot of things, I think, like a lot of things, unfortunately, VAR is here to stay. I don't think football associations around the world are going to get rid of it. Yes, I think that is also a good point in that the Scottish League has got cheap VAR. We could have more TV cameras. If you think about the controversial decision last season where the cutback by Alistair Johnston against Hibs was ruled as being out of play when, as it turned out, there wasn't actually a camera shooting along the byline, the goal line, to know whether that ball was out or not out. In many countries, such as all the UEFA games, all the FIFA games, and in the English league, there's a camera that shoots along the goal line, shoots along the byline, that can say whether the ball is in or out of play. I think also probably there are many things that modern day technology could do, because we don't actually have goal line technology in Scotland. I think that's right. Obviously, many leagues around the world have got goal line technology. You think about the controversy shortly after that in the Rangers-Hibs match as to whether that goal was a goal or not a goal. If we had goal line technology, that would have told straight away that was a goal. We don't have that. And that apparently is due to the other clubs in the Scottish Premiership, apart from Celtic and Rangers, not wanting to put as much money into VAR and into goal line technology and stadium technology. So probably, if we were to get VAR technology up to the high standards, you would have the high levels at Celtic Park, Hampden Park, and at Ibrox, but probably no other club in Scotland would have the extra cameras, the extra angles, the goal line technology. So I think it's a wee bit better than that, but again, the technology in Scotland is not as good as it could be, not as good as it should be, and I think that comes down to a lack of investment by the SPFL, lack of investment by the other clubs, my understanding was that Celtic and Rangers were willing to put in a lot more money into it. A lot of the other Scottish clubs said they didn't have the money, they didn't have the inclination to spend an extra few £100,000 on VAR technology for Scotland. I think that's something that I think it was one of these things that Willie Collins said in one of his monthly VAR reviews, was that Scotland could have goal line technology, just there wasn't the money. The money wasn't committed to do that, and so we don't have it, and so it means that we're lacking the depth of information and the accuracy of information. I think there's also lots of clever things people could do in terms of GPS technology, trackers in the ball, trackers in the players, shirts and all kinds of things to know whether a player's onside or offside, the ball's over the line or not over the line. I think there's a lot of different things that could be done, just they cost a lot of money. And it doesn't seem like the Scottish League is going to commit extra money to it, and it doesn't seem the teams in Scotland are willing to create that extra money. Yes, I think that's a recurring theme, that I am too kind. Maybe, and I've said this 1,000 times before, I probably am too kind. I probably am too forgiving. I am probably too willing to accept other people's points of view. There's something wrong with me. I've always been that kind of person who has been willing to accept other people's explanations, willing to be kind to people, being willing to accept things. I think Chinecki and Jota could be. I think Chinecki down the left, Jota down the right. I'm assuming that either in January or in the summer, Dyson Maeda will be leaving, depending on how Jota comes back from his anterior cruciate. I think there's no reason at all that Jota couldn't work down the right. Actually, Chinecki can work down the left as well. If I had, honestly, Sligo Boy, if I had a tenner to give you, I would give you a tenner for a couple more years. I am having to be careful with the pennies, and so if I had a tenner to give you, I would give you a tenner. That's always been the kind of person I have been all my life. Is I have actually been more than happy to give a person a loan, more than happy to give someone a present, etc. So, again, if I had a fiver at the moment, if I had a fiver to give anybody, I don't do the David 67 channel to make money. It isn't really making me much money at all. all the money that I have made through the channel, which has not been terribly much, has gone back into a better microphone, a better editing type of thing, a graphics type of thing, and it's gone into buying me a few tickets to go and watch football games. I'm not like Ryan Wilmanay or Hamish Carton with the Celtic AM thing, or the Celts Are Here, or all these different people who make an absolute ton of money through their channels. I've had a few checks from YouTube over the two and a bit years I've been doing this channel. People like, I say, Ryan Wilmanay, Hamish Carton, the chap who does Footy Adventures, earns an absolute blinking fortune through their channel. And it's because they're also 1,000 times more professional with what they do. So if we had the if we had a manager who was willing to accept that Schmeichel and Jota are going to make mistakes, they're going to try runs, they're going to try passes, they're going to try crosses that may not be 100% successful. I think if you're happy to accept that those two players are going to have some passes, some runs, some crosses, some shots on goal that aren't going to be too good, and with the expectation they're also going to be, at some point in the game, they're going to have a brilliant pass, a brilliant cross, a brilliant shot on goal, a brilliant run, which creates a goal for themselves or for a teammate. Jota, when in his first spell at Celtic, was an absolutely brilliant player for Celtic, really magical player, got goals out of nothing. He played really well for the team. He wasn't a player who did an awful lot in terms of tracking back and helping in midfield or defence. I think that's something that Rodgers really wanted him to do in the half a season he played for us before he got injured at the start of this year. He wanted Jota tracking back a lot more. I think that was part of the reason that maybe Tilio didn't fit in at Celtic, that Palma didn't fit in at Celtic, was he wasn't playing the wide player role that Rodgers wants people to do. I think he likes the fact that Yang and Forrest and Maeda all track back to help in midfield. Maeda helps out at fullback as well. And I don't think so. Personally, coming back to what you're saying, I'm waffling. I would love to see Jota and Schmeichel in the same side. I think having one down one side and one down the other side, having one down one side, one down the other side, I think Celtic could be really creative, really magical, really quick, getting the ball forward, getting the ball into the danger area quickly. Jota and Schmeichel hasn't really shown it so much for Celtic so far, but when he was playing for Hammarby before, he actually got himself into the box on a really quite regular basis. Again, whether that's whether that's the way that Rodgers wants him to play. Certainly under Ange Postecoglou, players like Maeda and Abada and Jota got themselves in the box an awful lot to score goals. Last season, Rodgers did seem to be getting the wide players, Kuhn and Maeda, particularly into the box to score goals. Yang also did that in the games that he played. As a sub or as a starter, Yang actually got themselves into the box quite a bit last season, scored 6 goals with 6 assists last season. Given the fact he was mostly playing as a substitute, that wasn't too bad an output from him. So Callum Osman's played a few games for the B team in the Lowland League, but also this there's also a cup that's for the lower leagues, and so for the Lowland League, the Highland League, and the lower divisions in Scotland, and it's called the Challenge Cup or something. Celtic are in the league phase of that, and so he's played quite a few games in that. And the last time they played, which was against East Fife, the Celtic B team, of which Osmond was a player and Jemai Simpson-Pusey was a player. They actually lost 5-3 to East Fife, which isn't terribly good. I think Osmond he played pretty well for the B team when he has played for them, and apparently Jemai Simpson-Pusey played pretty well for the B team in that game, although Celtic did lose 5 goals in that game, so I'm not quite sure why people thought that Jemai Simpson-Pusey had played quite well, but I think from Callum Osmond looks like a player from his time at Fulham. Admittedly, he was playing in the under-21 league in the English Premier League rather than playing the full Premier League team. He looks like a player with a really good ability to finish goals, a lot of pace, a lot of ability to drive at defenders. He plays a bit more like the way that Kyogo plays, and so he maybe doesn't fit the Brendan Rodgers style. Maybe assuming that we get a new manager in the summer, which also will be a bit of a problem in terms of Champions League qualifiers. Maybe with a change of manager, a change of tactics, a change of formation, players like Yamada and Osmond will come into their own. Players like Chinyeki, Barlaquisha, Jota, players with a bit more magic about them might all get more of a chance at Celtic than they do under Brendan Rodgers. So, just a second. It certainly is one of my. I can't honestly say what the point of having Jemai Simpson-Pusey at Celtic on loan if he's never going to never play for us and never even be in an actual matchday squad. The only time he's actually been in the matchday squad has been in the Europa League matches and the Champions League qualifier matches where you get to have all your squad on the bench. He's not actually made a matchday squad for any game in Scotland. And I personally can't see the point of him being at Celtic if he's not going to play at all. We may as well have Dane Murray as our extra young defender. We may as well have Colby Donovan as being a player to be as a defender in the squad. Jemai Simpson-Pusey doesn't seem to be at the moment anywhere near Brendan Rodgers' first team plans, which I can't really see what the point of having him on loan at. I can't see Man City being willing to let Jemai Simpson-Pusey come back to. I would expect that in the summer, at Christmas they'll recall Pusey from Celtic back to Man City, maybe send him off to some other team. So I presume that Rodgers had brought in Pusey with an intention to use him in a certain way, and I can't really understand why he's not being used now. This apparently the loan signing of Jemai Simpson-Pusey was one of the signings where Brendan Rodgers was supposed to have been massively involved. It just again doesn't seem to be very joined up thinking, and that's been a recurring theme all summer and actually for the last several transfer windows is that we don't seem to have terribly good joined up thinking. I think it is a good idea bringing in players who your intention is to make them better and better and for them to be first team players in a season or two's time. So I am not against players like Inamura, Osmond, etc. being brought in, not maybe to be first team players now, but to be first team players next season or the season after. I think that's a really good idea. I think we also should be developing our own academy players far better. We should be making it much easier to move from the academy and the B team into the first team. We've not done a good job with that for such a long time. And I think that's a major problem as well. I think you do need to have a conveyor belt of players coming through to replace the players as they get older, or to replace players if players move on to other clubs. And when I first started supporting Celtic back in around about 1972, Celtic were so good at bringing through young players to replace the Lisbon Lions, so what were called the Quality Street kids, the Dalgliishs, the McGrains, the Connollys, the Maccaris, the Davy Hayes, lots of other players. They came through just as the players like McNeil and Craig and Gemmell and Auld and Murdoch and stuff were all starting to get too old and retire. All these players came through, and then that carried on when Bobby Lennox and Jimmy Johnson and Billy McNeil then got too old, and then they retired. We kept on having players to keep on replacing them. That doesn't seem to be a very good thing for Celtic at the moment. We don't seem to have a particularly good long-term plan. And that's, for me, is a problem. And transfers should be a combination of getting players in who are going to be first-team starters there and then that day, and it should be some players that you're going to be producing for the future. So you're bringing in a young talented player to get them first-team experience, to get them experience of playing at a higher level, training at a higher level, etc., and then in a couple of years' time, they're the ones who are going to be scoring you all the goals. It worked really, really well in the old days. It worked really, really well at lots of other teams around the world. Liverpool's a good example of a team that's been really good at creating their own players. And I don't think Celtic's done terribly well in terms of developing their own players. It's a long time. So Kieran Tierney, probably the last really quality player that we developed internally. Before that, we also had Forrest and McGregor, to a lesser extent Ralston. But we're really are struggling to get players to come through right through the club. Kieran Tierney probably is the last example of a player who was with the club as a wee boy, teenager, and then got into the first team in his sort of late-ish teens. We need more players like that. Don't remember a Celtic player called Fox. There was a guy, I think he was the goalkeeper for Partick Thistle, and maybe for Hearts, called Scott Fox. I think he's actually now a goalkeeping coach somewhere else. Just a wee second. Unlike Clashman Numpty, who's got a brilliant memory for everything, doesn't need to look things up on goal. Oh, no, yeah. So there was a Celtic player called Scott Fox, who was a goalkeeper. Played for Celtic at East Fife, Queen of the South, Dundee, Ross County, Partick Thistle, Greenock Morton, Motherwell, Cove Rangers. He did once get into the Scotland international squad when Gordon Strachan was the manager. Born in 1987, aged 38. Never played for Celtic, although he was at the club for 3 years. And then he was kind of here, there, and everywhere after that. So there was a Celtic player called Scott Fox, goalkeeper, played for absolutely everybody. Although he never actually didn't play for Celtic. Although he was at the club for 3 years. And it says, I'm not sure if it's the same one, but the goalkeeping coach for the Celtic women's team is also called Scott Fox. I do wonder whether maybe the Scott Fox who used to be played for absolutely everybody, I wonder whether he's maybe the goalkeeping coach at the Celtic women's side. According to the internet, he didn't actually list quite where he is at the moment. It says he's retired as a player, so I do wonder whether he's maybe moved into coaching. Anyway. Right. Well, she certainly was another person called Fox. Obviously, quite a lot of actors called Fox as well. Freda, I can't recall who that might have been. Yep. Righty-ho. Someone was talking about a Celtic player called Danny Fox. Now, there was a Celtic player called Danny Fox. Played 15 games for Celtic in 2009, 2010. He came from Coventry and we sold him to Burnley. He played for Everton, Stranraer, Walsall, Coventry, Celtic for 1 year, Burnley, Southampton, Nottingham Forest, Wigan, East Bengal, and Winsford Town, and he may well still be playing at the moment, in that he's still listed down as Winsford Town. So yes, so the Scott Fox was a Celtic player ages and ages ago. He may be the Celtic women's goalkeeping coach, and Danny Fox did play for Celtic. 2009, 2010, 15 games, and played for lots and lots of other people. So, and after leaving Celtic, he played for about half a dozen other clubs, including East Bengal in India, and then he came back from there to play for Winsford Town, wherever Winsford Town is. But it sounds like a small place in England. Anyway, we have been going for the best part of 4 hours. I think lots of people need to go to their bed, so I think we'll call it a day. Now that it's Friday. Thank you everybody for their contributions. Thank you Clashman Numpty, Sligo Boy, thank you Monty, thank you everybody else who's contributed. It's all been very, very pleasant, and I've really enjoyed myself. Hopefully other people have enjoyed themselves as well. We'll be doing another live stream next week, with it being the Europa League match kicking off at 8. we'll need to do the live stream probably later or on a different later, i.e. a 10 o'clock start, or might do it on a different evening, but I'll make a decision regarding that on Wednesday and circulate that through the channel. So I wasn't intending actually to do 4 hours to do 4 hours tonight. My wife said to me, just do a couple of hours, rest your voice, etc., etc. But we have had I've had a brilliant time. Thank you to everybody who's contributed. Thank you for everyone who's shared their opinions. It's all been nearly all done in good fun and good camaraderie, which is what we require. And disagreements and stuff is also part of the fun of sharing opinions and being fans and all loving the same club. So without further ado, I think we'll call it a day, call it a Friday morning, and thank you for everybody. And we'll do one next week, and I'll make a decision on Wednesday and circulate it through the channel, be it swapping to a different night or swapping the start point to about 10 o'clock so that the Celtic game against Sturm Graz is all done. So until next week, thank you for attending, goodbye, and hail, hail.